Felicia and Connor in chat.
Hello. Hello, Cox. Hello, Shark.
Hello, everyone. We're gonna do some R.E.P.O. I forgot how tiny you guys are.
I know, I was gonna say, I have your stream open, Sin, and I love how tiny everyone is.
Yeah,
I
you're
thought
so
I made you
cute.
guys bigger. You're still tiny.
Hang on, I have to go to Mashi's stream. I have to
Oh yeah. What do we look like in Machi's stream? Hold up.
Tiny.
Oh my
Peeking
god.
on your stream.
What is this, a stream for ants, Mashi?
Oh my god.
Hi,
Whoa,
Shade.
we are so small. Yeah, literally though.
Where are you?
She's
Oh,
trying
there you
to
are.
trying
There
to
you
tap
are.
into that giantess VTuber.
There you go. You like the little R.E.P.O guy poking out of my head?
Yes, I love him.
She's took you long enough. Yeah, well, listen. I arrived fashionably on time. Alright, let's do this. Start the game. Let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go! Turn off the music that I have.
Baby Bob like coming in like hello. What about me?
My gosh, level 6.
Hi, Baby Bob.
Oh.
Oh god.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Not like this.
Oh. Well.
Well, welcome back, everyone.
Oh wait.
Okay.
There's a bow. Who wants the
It's
bow?
yours.
Oh
It's
yeah.
mine?
Oh my god,
It's
look at we
your
have these
bow.
upgrades too.
Alright, everybody
How do I pick
one.
it up?
I want strength.
Alright. I already have 2 strength,
Oh!
1 stamina, and 1 health, so I think I'm good.
Oh,
Everyone
wait,
I'll
else
take
yeah,
a
what do I have?
strength. I'll take a...
Yeah, you take a strength, Mashi.
I don't
have a
any
strength. I have health, 2 stamina, 1 strength.
So we have 2 more stamina and a health. Here, Yobo, do you want a stamina?
Sure.
Yeah. Take one of these.
I only have a valuable account. Oh yeah, I have to pick it up.
Oh my god, is that Tegan? Tegan! Hello!
Pumpkin, hi,
Alright, I
pumpkin.
guess I will take this stamina also, and then I don't know who wants this health.
I'll
Mashi,
take
you-
the health.
Oh, you want
I
health?
guess.
Okay.
Well, Mashi, did you get something?
She got
I
strength.
got the strength.
Okay, well, I'm gonna eat this.
I like your brows. Look at me. Oh my god, your brows.
Yeah, look at my brows!
love them.
My big, beautiful brows.
Alright, shift
Hi,
to sprint.
baby
I'm just recording how to
girl.
play.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Are you home
This?
from
Okay.
work?
Alright,
I've been having tummy pain all day.
ready. I'm ready for the big head to
I
friggin'
started my
pop through this door.
period.
The big head.
Kill me. Oh, no, okay, we're
No.
Oh,
Oh!
mush.
Oh, that scared me.
Oh my god, it's creepy
Oh my
in
god.
here.
That was
Gigi?
timed so perfectly. I don't know if that was intentional.
Can you hear
Something-
Gigi?
I did not.
Gigi?
I just broke something. I don't know
Gigi,
what
speak.
happened.
Speak me,
Gigi,
Gigi.
speak.
We're all
Didn't
quiet
eat.
listening.
Didn't eat today before
Nothing.
work and I was the
Nothing.
biggest bitch. I ate on my lunch and
Where
was
was
a
the
much
heart?
better person. That's yeah, I've been a bitch all day to Shizzle. I feel bad.
Oh, I have no stamina.
Oh yeah. I was like,
Oh my
But
god,
I
4.
have
I just
been
saw 4
dying.
checkpoints. That's crazy.
no. On a crescent moon. I hate
I
it.
know.
I got rupee.
I know.
Coming through, coming through. Did we grab the cart? Where's the cart?
Yeah, it's over here, Machi.
Oh, coming back.
Hi.
I saw you walking that way. I was like, what? Alright.
I said rupee, not roofie. Oh my god. Ooh, vase.
Me too. I'm stuck.
A vase.
A vase. Look, the first item I got was a mushroom.
Wait, where's the... Oh, is it like a small vase or a big
Where's
It's a small one.
where's Yobo?
Over here.
Oh, okay.
There's a big thing
I
over
lost
here.
Yobo. Oh, I'm coming. I got strength. Oh, that thing.
Yeah.
Oh god. I'll bring the cart.
Oh, it messes with your voice. That's weird. Oh, the duck. The duck is right behind you.
Here you go, y'all. Here you go. You're all y'all's voice. Did the duck is he slower than usual? Oh Jesus, never mind.
Oh. Oh my god,
Anything
that's so
in there?
trippy.
Okay, we can go put this in the first one if we want to, or we can get more
Yeah.
stuff.
There's one more thing I want to put in there.
Okay.
For now.
Here. What was that? Oh, what's that?
Ah! The duck! I'm
Uh-oh.
glad that it didn't anger him.
What happened?
What happened? What happened?
What?
What happened?
Oh!
He just flung my bicycle out of the cart. Oh my god. I didn't know he could do that.
Me either.
Yeah, he tries to like jump and
Oh!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna carry this to the thing. Wow, I'm sorry. Roasted duck, anyone? I did not know there were stairs here. This is not the right way.
Okay. Good job. Okay, let's go, yeah. Wait, where's the door?
oh my god.
Where the heck is the exit? Where the hell?
Oh, okay, that's a flashlight. I was like, what the fuck is that?
It's this way, right?
Yeah, I think so. Uh-oh, somebody upset the duck. Somebody upset the duck.
I didn't mean. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Is anyone else dead? Hi, Taryn. Where'd my bicycle go? Did it break? Hi, Yobo. I'm glad you're not dead. We're okay. We're good. Okay. I was like, wait, what's that in the corner? Is that an item? No. Someone cowering. Hi, Taryn, how are you? I'm good, tired. I'm tired too.
I think I heard. Oh, hey!
Hi, I'm alive. I have 10 health.
You still have the duck with you? Uh-oh.
I do still have the duck.
10 health. Wait. I'll give you some health. I have 120. How do I do it?
Touch my neck.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
There you go.
Kinda gay. Touch my neck.
A little bit.
Here, touch my neck.
My kids asked what games I used to play on an iPad as a kid. I told them I used to speak into a fan to sound like a robot. Oh my god, and played with sticks. Beautiful. I also did that as a kid.
Oh, the door creaking.
Oh my god, I hit that against your head.
Yo,
wow.
I thought you were a monster or something. Just creeping in the corner.
She's always hiding. She's always ready.
No, I was small.
You what?
I
that I was doing cosplay, so just stay out of the way. Oh. Full of mom's spaghetti. Oh. I'm full of tater tots. Oh. Tater tot hot dish. Baby! 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 Oh, up here. I see. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Hook that baby up. I will. Thank you for that, pet.
You get one for me?
No, 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 no. There was a baby in the game. Okay, what happened? There's nothing else there. The thunder. Oh. Oh my god, we had a nice thunderstorm earlier. I wish it lasted longer though. Oh, you can
Go
What?
away.
Are you okay?
I was about to scream, get his old ass.
I only had so much charge. But if I managed to charge it, I think I could kill him.
Yeah. I thought she was screaming about the baby, not that guy.
Did she die?
No, I think I hear her laughing. Felicia? Oh, okay,
Okay,
where are
great.
you?
The baby was like screaming at me and throwing stuff at me. That baby is me at work when I don't eat till 3 p.m. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Oh, good. Yeah, I saw him shooting people, and then I saw him getting shot. Yeah. Okay, I think he
This way
didn't
there was
die,
stuff.
so just be
Yeah,
careful.
I know, I saw. I saw him walk away. Oh, hey.
Fucking duck, bro.
Hi. I can't get rid of him.
He's stuck with you forever.
Away, frog. I'm gonna
Assume that's the end.
It's not all evil. He's like smiled at me. I didn't like it.
I was watching through the floor. I was watching
Yep,
through the
it's
floor
like
and saw
I'm not
him pull
having
up.
any of that. She's the
There was a frog?
I'm gonna survive.
There's a big frog with a chef hat. Oh, a Pokeball! $300, that's nothing!
$2,900 for this crystally thing. Coming through, coming through, coming through.
She's like, get the fuck out of my way.
Watch out.
Sorry, sorry. Is the car over here?
Ooh,
Yes.
pretty.
There's lots of ways to go. Lots of different ways to go. You could go here. This might be another... What is this? Actually, let's leave that. Okay, this is not anything. Rupee. I need to not have... Whoa! What just boing-yoinged? Ah, GG! Jesus. Boing-yoing. Do we have enough money yet?
No, we need like 1,000.
Okay, I found a big ball thing over here.
Wait, what?
Found a big ball thing. I lost money from it. No. Okay, I cannot see in front of me.
Oh. What is that? Oh, is that the big thing?
Is that sweet piano? Oh, cute! I think you could slip
Please
it
let
right
me
in
put
there.
this in the cart. I'm going nuts. Okay.
You can fit it right here, Yobo.
There we go. Okay.
Is that enough?
Yeah,
that is enough.
Oh yeah, let's take it back.
I might need to carry the ball thing though. I'm gonna carry it to the...
Where's the...
Carry that ball.
Through this door to the left. Through that door to the left. Boing-yoing!
Retreat, 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 retreat! Oh. There's a slicing lady, a slicing thingy.
Okay, I cannot see in front of me.
Is it the straw
I'm sorry if I...
Okay, she went through another door, you're good.
Fuck off! This baby! Wow! I could not. The boing-yoing.
I turned the corner and the shotgun guy was there.
And
he
the
just got
duck
me right
would
in the
not
face.
leave me alone and kept hitting the ball. Oh my god.
Oh my god. What a series of events.
Help.
They gotta do, oh my god, they have to do so much without us.
If they find our head, they can revive us.
I died like right in front of Sin, so. I'm right there in my head.
Oh yeah, Sin got you. I think
really
you scared.
I can't remember. It was just like, it's no big deal, or I don't know. It was something like that. And then she immediately died.
How do I switch who I'm spectating?
Right mouse button?
Perfect, thank you. Oh my god, this door is off its hinges? What the fuck?
Oh my god. Ow! I moved wrong on my stomach. Oh my god.
No, Mashi. Oh my god, he got health back. Also,
Oh, he did.
He was at like 180 after you shot him, and he's at 225 now.
Oh, what the heck?
The running is so funny. Is that the right way? Oh god, she's heading right for the...
I don't know. I can't open my... I hate that I can't open my map.
Mm-hmm. We were like right next to it and then we lost it.
Yeah. No, I don't think they can hear me.
The silence. Can they see the text if our head is right there?
Yeah. If they're nearby, they can see it. Careful, careful, there's...
It's right up there. Like, we won't come back though, right?
We will.
Because it's not the last one.
We will. We come back every,
oh, really?
drop off, yeah.
Oh my god. The fucking duck, bro.
She should have killed it. Oh my god, there's 2 of them? They're multiple!
Wait, are there 2?
They multiply!
2? Wait!
What the?
Why are there 2 now?
They multiplied, I don't know.
Felicia, that was so funny.
Bro, I rounded the corner and he was right there. I had no chance.
I forgot what you said, but it was so like, oh, there's no danger here. Not that, but like, you know,
yeah, I think I was like, oh, she's gone. It's fine.
Yeah.
And then he
just got shot. Oh, like,
that is so classic me.
Okay, so I guess watch out for the old man.
Yeah.
Oh, I have your bow. Mashi, can we charge it now?
Yeah, I can go charge it.
Yeah.
The baby guys here.
Yeah. Thank you. I was.
Get the fuck. What? He stole our money.
Yeah, he throws stuff.
Throw him! He killed you with the money!
Where's he? Come here. Oh, not the frog, bro. Not the frog.
Oh my god.
Not like this. Everybody.
I need to find the exit. There's some hot chocolate and pistachio pudding. I had hot chocolate earlier. It was delicious.
I have 2 health. He's after me!
I am gonna kill this freaking baby! He exploded our money.
There he is. He's here. He's behind you.
Can you pick him up?
Come here. Come here.
It's really hard to pick him up. I need to go charge my... I'll shoot him once my thing is charged.
I picked him up. I picked him up.
Now what?
Throw him against the wall. Sin.
Okay. I'll probably die.
No, what? You will?
I
Why?
have 2 health.
Oh shit.
The old man.
Stop existing! Stop existing! Okay, he's not dead. I need to charge. I got him, he's dead. He's dead. We're free from the old man.
We're free. We got the loot from his body.
I got it. Duke, hi. How are you? I got an orb. Slay, yes. Here, I'll pew over. You're kind of... There you go.
Oh, is there something back here? Wait.
Okay, I'm gonna try to find the extraction. It's not there. I almost fell in a hole. No, this is not it.
Yeah, I was looking at the map. Woo. Okay.
Maybe it's down the stairs over here. No, it's not. Doing good yourself? I'm good! We are on a very stressful
I didn't even
night of
realize there
R.E.P.O.
were stairs on here.
Yeah, there's nothing.
What?
Maybe there's something over here. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, golden apple? Enchanted apple? Oh my god, how heavy is this thing? I can't wedge it out of here. Why is it so heavy? Okay, well, I guess I can't get that apple. It's too heavy. Oh. Yay, they found it! How much money do we have? 75,000? Okay. Oh my god, Yobo, you scared me. I was quite frightened. Quite taken aback, if you will. Coffee maker? Oh, I can't take it. Damn. Why can't I take this apple? Apple. Sin. Sin. Piss.
What?
I can't get this apple. Can you help me?
Yeah.
It's tiny, but I don't know. It's like stuck.
I found the other checkpoint.
Nah, yeah, I saw. Nice. I can't pick this up.
Hello?
Yeah, it's like stuck. It's worth 4,000.
Bro. Bro! What the heck?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't want to come out. What the heck?
That's so unfortunate. Will it work if we all grab it? Yobo, can you try grabbing it too?
Yeah, do we all? Is it like a super heavy? It's like moving a little bit, but...
If you rotate it, does it? No, it's not. Damn. Oh, are you getting it?
Sounds like it's trying.
Oh, well, I can break it, but I can't get it out.
Where did she go? Oh, she's right there. Oh, I missed. Okay. That should put us good. Okay, now we just need to make it to...
What was that sound?
I was killing a scissor person, woman. It should... We just need to get there safely.
Oh, are you in here? Are you going this way?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is the right way.
Yeah. We need a fourth one.
Yeah. I don't know what we're gonna do if we can't get that apple.
We just have to kill more things.
Just be careful, because there's a plank that you have to cross.
Okay, I can't see. The stupid duck. Here, you... I'll get the duck away. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you...
I don't trust myself, bro. Go straight. Just go straight. Oh! Oh! The baby! He tried...
No! Oh my god, Yobo.
What is...
That fucking baby almost killed you.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like other people might have died. In the
Oh no.
Did Mashi die?
Down.
No!
She's died.
Okay.
Okay, I'll bring it back across.
Be careful.
I know.
Yeah, it's rough.
Be very careful. Oh, she was scissoring a woman.
God, he tried to sabotage me, that asshole.
So scary.
I was like halfway across, and then suddenly...
Yeah.
And then suddenly, the baby... Where's
the
Mashi?
baby?
Okay, she's in the cart. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let me see.
Mashi...
Looks like there's something...
Oh!
He's back for revenge.
Please.
No. Oh my god. Applin. Yeah. Get it. Oh my god. Yobo is in such a scary spot.
Oh my god, you're alive. I thought you died, bro.
No. I got the crossbow, Mashi. I got the crossbow.
Okay, I was about to ask.
I gotta go
know
charge
where
right
you
now.
Yeah. Laughing at the he's back for revenge.
Is this a Lethal Company map?
The next checkpoint might be this way.
I don't
Okay, I'm
think
moving
so. I didn't
really
download any
quick.
Lethal Company map mods.
I just see like oops.
This room.
Yeah, it's right here.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm gonna park that right there.
We'll be back, Marcy.
Alright, thank you for the hydrate, Piku.
I think it was the greatest stairs I've made it look like that. Yeah, probably.
What is this?
I've never seen this map before. Oh my god, is that a turtle?
Okay.
Is that a duck?
Oh!
It's a duck.
Oh my god.
Quack.
Here, Mashi, you can have this floaty.
Something came out of the darkness at me. I don't know what it was. I ran for my life.
Oh.
It made a very creepy noise.
I need to turn my heating pad up.
What kind of creepy noise?
It was like
Oh, it's not even on. Oh my god, it hasn't even been
it
on
the
this whole
invisible guy?
time.
No?
I'm so dumb.
Nope, don't go that way. It's the chick with the scissor hand or whatever.
Oh. The straw girl or whatever.
Yep, she's. What even is she?
I just call her the straw girl. She just looks.
Oh!
Guys, when are they updating Peak? I miss Peak.
Oh!
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah, she can reach under tables.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
That is crazy.
I didn't even think she saw you though.
I know! Like, what?
Here, Mashi. Brought you a friend. Caught it in midair.
That's unbelievable.
What'd you say?
What'd you say? Oh, I need to get in the Mesa Tomb and Peak. Yes, I do.
Is that Yobo? Okay. Oh.
I think it's a
Oh, that's the frog. Okay, I thought it was the. Sorry.
Oh my god.
I thought it was the big head guy. I just saw glowy eyes. Alright, what? I'm sorry, what? What?
I need help carrying down a candle. It's.
Okay,
I can't think of what it's called right now.
we'll do it. Candlestick thing? Candle. What do you, I don't know. I know.
That's huge. Maybe we can beat this.
Oops, sorry. Wait.
I believe. Oh god.
Duck, leave.
Oh my
Here,
god.
let's just put this on the thing.
Yeah. They're doing it.
They are. Right in the corner there.
Lay it down. Duck! Duck! Okay. That's 3... What was that? 3 something?
Yeah, 3.
Almost enough.
About 10,000 now. Okay.
If we got that golden apple. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Also, if I had been able to go and recharge the crossbow and kill something.
Oh, maybe Sin can. Oh.
Shotgun man.
Fox. How dare you? Why am I stealing Maro? What did I steal?
My god, the duck.
It will not leave.
Mm-mm.
Unless we smush it in the extraction.
Mm-mm. The second duck.
Oh, I'm stealing hearts. Damn. You're stealing in-game? No, I'm repossessing. It's not stealing. We're a repossession company trying to meet quota.
No.
What?
I'm gonna message in Sin's chat.
Okay. 4 girls and your goods. True. For 37,000? 37,000 for that thing? Oh.
For the apple?
No, for the thing that Sin is next to. That little pillar thing.
Oh!
Don't touch this thing. It takes away your health, apparently.
Oh.
I'm down to 1 health.
Oh my god, it takes away your health. I did not know
go back
that.
to the ship and charge the crossbow.
Oh, Cox, that doesn't work. I don't know how to make it so you only see my braids in this model. I can go to meshes. No, because the way Luca made these, I would need to like... Yeah. There's a lot of hair meshes on this model, so it's hard to like make them invisible without disabling. Oh!
Oh!
No! Yobo's alone! Yobo's alone! Yobo!
Oh, that's not good.
might be jovial. We were doing pretty good. Did she see that you're dead? No.
She might be reading chat. Yeah, there's just it's like, oh no.
Shizzle's building our base in Minecraft.
I was like, oh yeah, I gotta get back to the ship, but I was like, I actually don't know where the ship is, so I'll just run real fast.
Yeah.
Cause I thought it was in the opposite
enemy.
direction. Yeah, I thought it was the other way. She's like, I'm just gonna hide.
She's thinking, perhaps.
What was that noise? I heard you. The sound of me dying.
Yeah. I didn't even see him. I just saw you
I've
get
been
shot.
thinking of
Yeah.
I've been looking
He
into
just came
other
out of
Minecraft
nowhere.
mods.
Like,
Yeah,
I
I'm
heard
pretty
him,
stuck on this one
and I
for
ran
now. I'm
away
probably
from
not
the
gonna do Better
humming,
Craft or
but
anything
then
like
he
that
ended up like in
for a
front of me,
while.
and I was just like, what the fuck?
I gotta reach the bottom of the ocean. Is there a World War II mod? No! There's like a mod with nukes, I guess, but it's not. Oh my god, Cox. Why are you like
She's like,
this?
I hate this.
That's not World War II. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't look for hacks relating to wars.
I mean, if she wants, she can just get herself killed. We can start
She'll
fresh.
probably do her best first.
Oh, Jumpas.
Jumpas. There's a. Is that egg? What is that in the corner? She's like, I'm still gonna go. I'm gonna get stuff still.
You got this, Yobo.
I wish when you talked in the chat thing, it would be where everybody can hear it instead of proximity. She's like, I heard a sound.
Fucking duck.
I know.
There's like 2 of them. Every time I turn around, there'd be 2 of them.
They're gonna kill him. It's so annoying too that
She
the
is smelling.
It's so annoying that the shotgun guy respawned.
Yeah, I know.
And the baby.
Oh, the baby. The frickin'
Yeah,
baby.
I didn't realize him chucking the money directly at me with just one hit.
Yeah, I'm surprised he did it when it was so tiny. I didn't think that would kill you.
Careful, Yobo. Apparently, you could still get hit under there.
Yeah.
Gave Sinblade a PSA. You should ask her about it. What did Cox say to you?
That you're smelly.
No.
Is that true?
No, I smell good.
No, Mashi smells good.
What do you smell like, Mashi?
I smell like fruit and berries.
Yum.
That berries are fruit.
Ooh.
Berries and cream.
Whoa.
What? What was that sound?
Did she run into something? I don't know.
Maybe.
So, I don't know what that thing was that I touched.
It was worth a lot of money.
And it took away one of my
I
health.
didn't know it would, like, make you lose health.
Did it take away the health when you, like, grabbed it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I was like, whoa, 30,000, and then it just went,
It was,
it took my health, and I was like, oh!
Oh my gosh. It was like a Minecraft
Maybe it takes
block
half of
thing.
what you
Ballerina
have or something.
cappuccina.
You only get
Mi
to
mi
it
mi
for
mi. È la moglie di
Ballerina
Cappuccino Assassino.
Cappuccina.
E ama la musica la 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 la.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Yobo was suffering.
Is she nearby your head? Oh gosh.
I don't know.
I don't think. Well, actually, I
Medieval Minecraft, yeah. That's fun. I like mod packs with like a lot of exploration and stuff. Strudel?
Go, Yobo.
What the heck is a strudel?
Go. Yeah.
She's like,
She just looks so confused. No, keep going. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying
She's
Ocean
lost.
Block so far.
Oh, no.
There's a
Where's
lot
that
of
map?
barrels you can find, and it's like a lot of technology based things. Like I don't know if you ever played Skyblock or yeah, I think it's Skyblock. But we did open the server. If you wanted to play, we just need to whitelist you.
Is there fall damage? Can she just like fall down there and be fine?
I think
there
there's
is
fall damage.
but yeah.
The frog.
I don't like that guy. He scared me.
Yeah, so
all I
in
saw were
Ocean
the
Block,
eyes, and
you
I thought it was the head for some reason. Freaked me out.
You can start on your own
Yeah, I hate
separate
him.
area, like your own submarine
His
or
clicking
like
sounds. It's so
boat
gross.
or raft, and then you just build up from there. The main objective is to get to the bottom of the ocean, basically, without being crushed, because if you go below 120, I think you get crushed. I am very white. I am also very white. What was that?
Oh, there we go.
Something lost health.
Oh. A monster?
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like the straw girl.
Oh, no, it is.
I think as long as you
Hi,
don't
Crystal!
make eye contact,
Yeah, we're playing R.E.P.O.
she won't come after you.
We're all dead. We have one extraction point left, but I'm not sure if we're gonna make it. Hi, cutie! Hi, cutie! No, you! It's good! I took a nap before stream because I was feeling bleh, but I feel better. I feel better. I'm glad I'm glad I streamed. No, you! A shout out for Crystal. Where's my?
Who lets that man wander around?
Why isn't my stream deck updating?
Take care of your grandpa.
Viv returned to find Tandri still perusing the gnomish booklet. Honest.
Look at that tail! Why didn't that work? Oh, because I don't have Mix It Up on.
They're talking about my citizenship. What the fuck? What the hell?
The clip played, but my bot didn't go off because I didn't have Mix It Up open. Oh, I still haven't fixed my my Smiling Friends clip. Dang it!
It's like he's the only one that has a health bar or something above his head.
I think it's might be because he got hurt.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Oh! Right in the head.
Oh no!
Oh,
Watching wrong. Sorry.
oh my god.
I was getting so turned around.
Miss the reading days.
Oh.
You should do that more.
Wah, wah.
Oh god. Oh no.
I forgot
Oh
about
no.
this. I forgot.
Oh, I have a frying pan.
Oh my god, a bicycle!
I have a dinosaur! No, I can't
I
lift
can't ride it.
Oh!
Get over here.
What the heck? Give me the sword! Give me the sword!
Oh my god, you're swinging that thing around like crazy!
No! My sword!
I'm gonna be the king of something. Whoa, what was that sound?
Well, yeah.
Did I just hear SpongeBob? What the heck? What did you do to me? Did you change?
Get out of here! No!
What the heck?
No!
Oh,
Oh
I'm
my god,
flying.
did I win?
Wow. Wow.
I
That was
like
so funny.
closing my eyes to winking. Just
Oh,
like,
that's really
It was
funny.
so funny when you had the sword. That was cute.
Put that thing away. What thing? The frying pan?
I have to feed baby Bop real fast.
Okay.
So give me 1 second. I'm gonna be RP.
Okay.
I'll
okay,
just
okay.
do you want me to leave my stream on so you can just chat, or do you want
It doesn't matter.
privacy so you can talk
You
shit
can-
about
What?
what?
Whatever you
Yeah,
want, it's fine.
personally, I want to talk shit.
Oh, okay, alright. I'll do a BRB.
I should have been the king of losers. I should have.
Wow!
Whoa.
I'll be right back.
Okay. That was so.
I'm going to take a bathroom break, actually.
Yeah, do it.
Be right back.
Okay.
Okay, let me figure out why this redeem's not working. Chat.
Hello.
Hello.
I have returned.
Welcome back, King of the Losers.
It's me,
Welcome
King
back.
of the Losers. All right. Do you guys need a minute, or are we good?
I am good.
I'm good. Machi, were you still trying to figure out your thing?
Do you need a second, Mashi?
No, I'm fine. We can go.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you positive? Okay.
Just need to grab something. Ooh. Minecraft.
Ooh.
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
I'm stuck. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
I couldn't move for a second.
Okay,
Oh.
so we're at day 1.
Oh, this is cool. This time up there. Oh, it's raining.
Man, this makes you want to get back to Minecraft.
I know, right?
I was thinking of doing like a realm and just inviting all of you guys.
Yeah.
Just
I'm so annoyed that world we had
yeah.
got messed up, but they like support like straight up was not replying to me. So I was like, I
Yeah.
guess it's over.
Oh
It's
no.
Jover.
I'm not. Yeah,
Oh.
I was paying monthly for a server, and it just like stopped working.
That's so stupid. Oh.
I know.
Beef.
Bubbles.
Well, I can do a round, and then we can all play together. If you, well, Mashi, yeah, you play Minecraft. You were
Yeah, I've been doing a modded server with Shizzle.
Oh my gosh.
Found a computer.
A burger.
Oh!
I don't know what just happened. Oh my god. I don't know what just happened. Burger? I thought you were an enemy in a burger form.
Oh no, not me. Is that Bubbles?
Yeah!
It is Bubbles.
Oh my god, that's so cute. Bubbles! Hiding spot. What's up here?
Nothing.
Hello?
Ooh, there's a second floor?
Oh. Oh, there's a lot of stuff we can't get because we're not in Minecraft.
Oh, the music is so nice.
So nostalgic.
Makes me want to play Minecraft. Hey, do you guys play Minecraft?
You play Minecraft?
You play Minecraft? What's
Person with the black cloak do?
Oh,
Uh,
I don't know. I don't remember.
he grabs you.
No, I dropped my beef. My beef.
My beef.
Ah! No, not that guy. It's. It's the floaty, not floaty,
The floaty
head, but
guy.
like the.
Yeah, I
one
see. No! Oh no! I was trying hide from him. I'm just gonna hide in this hole. One day I'll be free.
No.
Watch out!
I'm running.
If
Oh.
I find something to fall down, will it come off of me if I get hurt?
I love the way it fingers down.
No.
He's still there.
Come on, throw up on this dude. Okay.
Is he gone?
No, he's not gone. He's stuck. He can't get through this. He can't get through this.
Oh my god.
I just broke something. How are we supposed to get stuff down a ladder without breaking it?
Can someone hit me with something? Does it just come off? Okay. Okay, I'm fine. It came off.
Mom, we're at... Ah!
Oh god, I helped him! Oh god, I helped him! Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are you good?
Yeah. We need one more thing.
Is he still here?
No, he left somewhere. No, he's still there. He's still there. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
If I sneak past him real sneaky like, do you think I... What the heck?
Maybe.
Okay.
Oh, I don't like
Nice. There's two things over here. There's a Lay's chip bag right there in the corner.
A Lay's chip bag. Oh my god.
Yeah, and then a Pokeball right here.
Oh, he's coming through.
Oh no.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I thought I could sneak past him. Hi, Zilla. Hi, how are ya? I think we have officially convinced
Stand
Pumpkin
on
to
that,
join
stand
our
on.
Minecraft
Okay.
server. Maybe.
I should have grabbed the chips bag.
Hi.
Not enough money.
I was trying
Oh
to
wait,
today.
it is enough money. It is enough.
She messaged me
It is?
go.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
asking
Is Yobo
about
lava?
it. So
I don't
I was like,
like
maybe
hiding.
Dilla can teach you the ropes
Oh, wait,
on
is it
how
this
to
way?
play because it's a complicated, it's a
No.
complex mod
Oh,
pack.
yeah.
Oh yeah, she's alive.
bad.
Oh, that scared me. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
What was that? I don't like that sound.
Oh, the
It's
burger. Burger.
I
Burger
know.
gonna fall.
Wait,
But yeah, it's fine. Very complex. I'm getting on to check more out. Yeah, that's good. I've just been making... I've been making sushi. I found rice and I've been fishing for fish. And I got wasabi and soy sauce. It gives you a lot of good buffs. There's a maki roll that gives you like
I know, right?
30 seconds of fire resistance. Maybe like 47. Hello, thank you.
Hello. All I heard was Mashi screaming, I'm sorry, I'm
I
sorry.
Oh!
Why is he there? Excuse me. What? In the room.
He's stuck again.
Oh.
Oh, I'm dizzy.
Oh my god, why?
Oh, he's not stuck anymore.
Oh my god. Oh, I got too close. Just get to the ship.
I
Not the
know.
ship, the truck, whatever.
The
it is.
truck.
First of all, that's fucked
I
up.
want sushi. I don't got none that. You will.
Do I have to bring
I
your
love
head with
sushi.
No, right?
Look, I can touch my.
I was
Wait,
thinking
can I
about it.
touch him?
He's
No, I can't. I can't touch him.
still out there. Asshole.
All our heads in the corner.
Okay, what if I just run past them though? Shit.
Oh my god.
Cox, do you need to go in the timeout corner? Then be nice.
Oh, I'm going. I'm leaving. Oh, not this guy!
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Stamina.
Stamina.
Oh my god.
Yay. What the heck was that?
Sweet.
I heard something squeak.
Oh my god. I can't believe we all just died in a pile.
Wow.
Yeah, time out the streamer.
That was awful.
Yeah.
Time out the streamer.
Anyway.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, that's terrifying. I turned my screen when I was watching you, and he was right behind you. You
Oh,
were running.
no. Yeah, I was.
Okay, we got a couple strengths for 5. We got stamina for 2.
Ooh. Can I get
Health
a...
for 4.
What the hell is this?
What's that? Item resist?
Stamina
Oh.
for 2 is like a steal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say at this
Strength
point,
upgrade?
stamina is
Yeah.
probably great.
Let's go.
How many
Yeah,
health?
that's like
Oh,
all we
wait.
can afford.
We don't have anything, do we? Okay.
Oh yeah, should we get a health hack instead?
Sure.
We have a few more to
Is there anything
spend.
for
We
3,000?
can afford one of these boxes.
We could
yeah,
afford
one of these boxes.
M&Ms. Oh, yeah, box or M&M. The M&M's less and it heals more, I think.
Wait, which one's that? This one?
The M&M's
Oh.
heal for
oh,
50.
I didn't even see that there. Yeah, get it. Alright. That's it.
Okay. Hitting the road.
Yup.
Yanni.
Alright. Whoever eats the M&Ms, I guess you can distribute a couple health to other people too, you know?
Who has... Well, we all have 1 health.
Yeah. Here, I'll do it. Do you want to take the strength of it? Yeah. Alright. Then, how much health do you have?
Oh, I'm at 100 if you guys want to take some of mine.
Yeah, I would give like 10 or 20 to each of them.
I think you have to give it
Or-
to us.
Oh, do I do it? Okay, how
Yeah,
do I
just
do it?
hold and click on them. Click and hold, I mean. I said
Okay,
it.
that's
Okay.
good.
And then
Nice.
do you need
Alright.
health too?
No, I'm
or
good.
no?
I'm at 30.
Okay. Does it give you 10?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm at 80 now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We good?
Alright. This is gonna be fun.
We'll be fine, Shirley.
Yeah!
If it's a crimson moon or crescent moon, I'm gonna die.
I think it happens when you're like later, like
Yeah,
on
yeah,
level
it's like-
4 or
Oh, okay.
something.
Yeah, you guys were pretty far, so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh my god, is this a card? A Pokemon card? What is this?
Yeah, looks like it. I found. Oh my god! What is this? What is this? What game? Chat, what game is this?
I gotta finish that thought. What'd you say?
I said there's a giant box over here if someone wants to help me.
Oh, I
this
got
thing right
some
here.
strength that could probably help.
Oh, this? What the fuck is this?
We have to probably bring it all the way to the extraction.
Yeah, I would just bring it to the thing.
Yeah, there's a second
Oh,
one,
wait.
so we could probably just...
This way, Mashi.
Ah, wrong way.
Yeah, you're going. You're closing the door.
Ah! Okay.
Okay. You're like going into the wall. Alright, over here to the left.
Nice.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, yeah, back up. Oh yeah, there's the first checkpoint there. Cool.
Nice.
Did y'all say there was a second one?
Yeah, there's a second one.
Oh, cool.
My tummy hurts after eating all that sugar. Oh no. You should get a heating pad for your tummy like I did. Oh, hell yeah, I found a Jolteon. No!
Pick me up and put me on this shelf where that item is. Yeah, straight ahead. Yeah.
Hey, laser guy. Jolteon, these nuts. No, you.
Stomping.
No, you.
Leave.
No. Why? Oh my god, my hands! My hand tracking is garbage.
Oh, I could reach the part.
My mic arm is right here. My mic arm is right here. Like, right here. So every time my arm goes up, it's because my... Every time! Oh my god, stop.
I don't see anything.
He's coming back. He's coming back.
We know you have a robot arm. Yeah. That's my special robot arm. Just kidding. That's gross. What are they? What are they? Good?
I feel like he's gonna be hovering there for a while.
Who was it?
It's the big clown guy that shoots the lasers. Oh yeah, he's coming back.
Alright.
Guys, can you believe Halloween is next week? Oh my god, this month went by way too fast. I feel like I didn't play nearly enough spooky games. I did carve a pumpkin yesterday, though. I carved a kitty. I have to put a tea light in it and show you guys.
I'm running.
My god, my hand. Stop it.
Oh, she's dead.
No, Mashi. Put her in the cart with the apple and banana.
Yep. There's a few things this way. I don't know if this is where the next
got you. Oh no.
Can you believe that Halloween
Right.
fell on Friday the
Yeah.
13th this year? Oh.
Park this
What?
bit this way.
What?
Because he be stomping all over the place.
The next checkpoint
But I
is, like,
thought
straight
Friday the
ahead.
13th had to be on the 13th.
Oh, okay.
What?
What did you check here? Is there a Mickey? Okay, there's nothing. Anything?
Hey Mashi, have you ever heard of Species Unknown? I don't believe I have. What is that? A game?
Dude, continue watching. Oh! Oh my god, that scared me.
What happened?
The fuck was that? It was like, it had a thing on the screen that said continue
It is on Friday
watching,
though. That's so
and I was
cool.
like, oh, it lets me
So
press a
that's
button,
cool.
and so I did, and it had a jump scare.
Oh, classic.
Yeah, then I broke the TV. Is Yobo okay? She's probably still hiding. The Pillsbury Doughboy? Oh, never mind. Okay.
Pillsbury
I was like,
Doughboy.
ooh. Which way is it?
I think it's straight.
It's a
Oh, just straight
game.
ahead,
It's a
yeah.
monster
I'm
horror
gonna go check out
survival
this room.
game. It has a free
Okay.
demo on stream. Well, maybe if I feel up to it, I'll try more horror game demos
There's nothing here.
after R.E.P.O.
Nothing, yeah.
Because I don't know how long
Oh,
we're
wait,
gonna play
there's-
R.E.P.O for.
Hold on, there's some lockers. With nothing.
Tomorrow is our regularly scheduled dinkum with Rin. There was a typing game that I wanted to try with her. It's like a co-op typing looter
Just
shooter.
gotta get past that.
It looked really
It's probably
fun. I feel like she would
campfire
enjoy it.
thing.
Did good.
Did real good. Honey, this bug.
Back to us, Mashi.
This bug is killing me.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I got lasered. Me and Jolteon got lasered. I'm surprised it survived. Oh my god. I crouched just in time. Oh my god. Oh my god, watch out, watch out, watch out!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Alicia, did you survive? Oh no. My hand is freaking out. I've been enjoying it, just alpha just came out. I just got it. Oh, okay. This one has guns, but they aren't necessary, and it takes place in space and ships. I'm not sure if how I will like that. I don't know, I'm more of a, like, psychological horror game. Hello? Is anyone alive?
He's in here, he's in here, he's in here.
He's in here, I see him. Okay. Okay. I don't know if Sin and Yobo are alive.
I don't know either, they were behind me. Oh, there's Sin. Is Yobo alive?
I told her to make a break for it. I don't know if she was still hiding.
We can wait.
Yeah, we can wait.
I'm gonna stay here just in case we have to have one person survive.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yobo?
Just crouch as soon as he. Yeah.
Let's leave.
Let's leave. Let's leave.
I don't know, but let's leave.
I don't. Is he following me? Okay, he's not.
No, you're good. He won't come this way, will he? Wait, but if she's alive.
I called out for her. I didn't see her, but she could be alive.
Here, let me ask.
It's very psychological horror. Well, maybe I'll try it out. I'll try it out just to see. November's probably going to be like a cozy month, like a cozy autumn game month.
Okay, let's
Yay!
go!
You made it!
She was gonna leave you
I
behind.
was gonna leave your ass, Yoba. I'm sorry.
He was right next to me.
Yeah. He was on a mission, dude. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, I was
we
like,
were just
Whoa!
I
sorry.
was like,
Hi, Joker. Hi.
alright, we got money and we already got
Good
Hi,
old R.E.P.O, the
Joker.
pinnacle of psychological horror. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think, like,
Is R.E.P.O psychological?
I know, that's why I was like,
Ooh. A photon blaster?
Help. Right.
Oh.
I'll take a strength this time. Oops. I'm knocking over everything.
Oh. Well, that's pretty
You were
cool.
being sarcastic. Oh, I see.
That would kill something, but then we wouldn't have any money left over. Oh, wait, is this the... Oh my god. Mashi, it's your gun.
Oh my god, it's the gun.
Is it?
It's 20k.
Oh, I don't want to
get
use
it.
all our money.
Getting it for Mashi.
Do we need any health or upgrades or anything?
Do we have enough for one crystal?
Yeah.
Okay, 7k.
We have a.
Okay.
I'll put
Oh
a
wait.
seven.
Oh, I'm
but-
sorry, I was muted.
is
Oh
that-
my god.
is that
I
a
don't want to
7K
take all our
one?
money.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's 7k.
You should take all of it. Be like,
No.
point the
It's
gun
not-
and
it's not
say,
even
"Give me
half
all
of
your
our money."
money." Oh. Yeah, I like that one, but that would take all our
Oh my
money.
Yeah, I would.
You can get like one or two
Any
more
upgrades or anything?
Yeah, I'm getting a strength one for me. There's also health for 3.
Stamina. Oh,
love
I don't
that
have
gun.
anything.
Yeah, it's a good
so
gun.
I'll do
It's-
stamina.
It's the character from Fortnite. Oh my god.
And
Does anyone want a health
Oh, wait.
upgrade? There's one for 3k.
Yeah, we can do that. I'll take it if nobody wants it.
Alright.
We can do another stamina if we want. Are we all without anything?
I have 1 stamina.
I have 1 strength.
I have 1 valuable account.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's do another stamina. Or I think we can do both of them, can't we? Or
Yeah.
how many do we have? That's a strength.
Do we need it? Can we
And
get
one
any
stamina.
health or do you want upgrades?
There's 1 health. Or, yeah, you can do a health.
Yeah, we can get a health pack if you want.
I'll take back, one of the stamina so you can get that big health pack.
Which
you want.
one?
We got healed by the truck too, so we shouldn't. No one should be too low, I don't think, right?
No, I'm at 50. Is anyone
okay.
else?
Yeah, you should heal. Cool.
Okay, we'll still have enough then.
Cool.
Cool. Bam. Let's go. The little roll.
Alright,
Okay.
take strength.
take the stamina.
Oh, yeah.
Health upgrade for Yobo?
Yeah, Yobo, you want the health upgrade?
Golden AK. I'll take this.
And then Mashi, did you want the M&Ms right now?
Yeah. Delicious. I'm full health now. Ha!
Oh. Let's go!
Hi.
Baby Bob.
You saying hi to everybody? Oh. Here we go, the haunted mansion.
Haunted mansion.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa, there's cobwebs.
Clean
Yeah,
this
like a whole
place.
hallway.
They made it extra spooky for Halloween.
Ooh, money?
Oh my god, the walls look like Silent Hill.
I don't like that.
What is this? A pizza? It is a pizza. I got the pizza! The pepperoni pizza! Is that stuck?
I think so.
We just did like a back and forth thing.
There we go. Oh.
I broke something.
Oh no. Okay.
My bad.
What does that sound? What does that sound?
I don't know.
I have a gun! I have a- Oh my god, I almost shot you. Oh my god, I almost shot you.
Please don't.
I'm sorry. Is there friendly fire? Yeah, there is friendly fire. Yeah. I heard thumping and then I got scared.
Cabinet.
Oh, okay, that's probably what it
Might have
was.
been
I thought
me,
it was
I
a
don't know.
monster thumping around. Ew, there's blood on the wall. I found a TV. I can't get it up the stairs. Thank you. Back? Yes, back.
Hello? Which way?
This way?
Hello?
Oh, hi.
Are you here? Okay.
Okay, I think we can drop this one off.
We can, yeah.
Here's a ball.
We should probably just
Oh,
carry that.
I don't know if it'll. Yeah, I'll just carry it.
Anything else? Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It didn't actually hurt me.
Baby Bob, what? Oh my goodness.
Okay, ball first and then the cart.
Oh. Wall first.
Wall.
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 Hell yeah.
Oh, it was like a Pac-Man ball. I couldn't even
Seems like
see
it.
Hi, baby.
Walk, walk,
Oh my goodness, look at you. Rolling around. Money! Oh.
Wow, it just flew.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. It's La France! Hello, La France!
Oh, wow, she like stopped suddenly and I was like, what is it?
Sorry, I had to mute real quick.
It's okay.
The rumbling.
What's the rumbling? It's my tummy, sorry. Nothing?
I started to come through this way. This is where I
On
found
the ball.
I'm gonna go try to find the extraction. This thing's creepy. Just woke up from a nightmare? No, I'm sorry. Oh my god, I can't. This might need to just go to extraction once I find it.
Oh.
Did I see it? Oh my... Oh my god. Please be careful, please be careful. Do not run into the extraction room. You will die if you just run. Holy shit. Is that the Master Sword? Watch out. It's scary.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh god. I can't like look down
This
normally
game doesn't seem like the right one after a nightmare. I'm so sorry. It does not. It's
Oh, I'm afraid.
we're like a repossession company and we are trying to find loot.
Get down.
But there are monsters. Oh no, how are we gonna get the cart? I feel like I should not be the one to do the cart. I might sit. Okay. I didn't see you for a second. I thought you fell.
No.
Careful,
I fell
careful.
in a toilet.
There's boards. It's a curvy one.
Bro.
I'm
holding my breath.
I know.
Oh, Felicia, you're making me nervous. Okay.
Slay!
Slay. Slay, slay.
There's a Pikachu?
Yeah, I found
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, we missed something big, I think.
Innovate. What? You missed something?
Cool. What the fuck?
My god!
What the
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god! I didn't even have a chance to shoot!
Yeah, same.
What the?
Oh!
My god.
Felicia just rolled right into him.
Oh no!
He sucked me up! He
Oh,
sucked me up, bro! I
no.
was hiding!
Oh yeah, he does suck you
was
up.
always the last
Shoot him.
All she has to do is make it back!
The gun. Or leave. God, I like how there were like 5 monsters right there.
I know!
Yeah.
What the fuck? We we didn't run into anything. We didn't run into anything the whole time, and then
yeah, they all bombard us. Yobo knows where to go. Yeah, I'm so sorry. This is not a good game after a nightmare. Oh, I also finally made my highlight trailer for my channel. I made a little video highlighter of me introducing myself and clips playing. Some of my favorite clips playing.
She's so afraid.
I want to show you guys. I don't know how to end it.
Go, Yobo,
I'm still
go,
struggling
Yobo.
on how I want it to end.
Yay! Get that gun.
Get him!
Shoot!
Get him!
E! E!
Oh.
E!
No!
Okay, okay, she's fine. I don't think she knows how to use it yet.
Yeah, there you go. Get him! Get
Oh!
his ass!
The gun flew away.
Oh no. Yeah. Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh.
Well,
That's okay.
It'll come off. It doesn't hurt you.
that rhymed.
I don't know where the gun went. I think the vomit did something to it.
Oh no, that sucks. Get the baby with the puke.
Oh, I like how it zoomed in on her.
You got the face. Yeah!
Yeah!
She's just panicking.
Oh no.
Just run!
Run for it.
Run for it, you got it.
Oh, there we go.
No! 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 No, no, no.
No, 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 no.
Don't let it see you. It will suck you and kill you. Oh my god.
Which way does she have to go? Is it
I
that
think
way?
the way it...
Yeah, the way it's...
I think the way that thing is going.
Pretty sure, yeah. Oh, okay.
I don't even remember if that's the word. Like,
I don't know. I hear it on the radio like every single day during the week.
I know. Every time I fucking go to Walmart, they're playing Your Idol. Like,
Your
As
Idol?
they should.
I thought they were playing
Yeah.
the pop, the soda pop one.
No. At ours, I always hear Your Idol, and it cracks me up.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one on the radio yet.
So good. I'm like, oh yes, thank you. The one time I went in with my Mira shirt on, they did not play it though, and I was so upset.
Wow.
I was like, I'm here, I'm ready. What are you doing? What is she doing? Oh god, the baby just standing there. Or not baby, but that guy, whatever he is. What is that? I don't know. What do you... Why are you looking at the fridge, girl? Get to the ship. I think it's just the lighting.
Yeah, it is pretty dark. Oh, bloom. How do I turn it? Oh, you can't make it brighter? Oh, I guess not.
Oh, you can't fix the gamma?
Gamma. No, you could like do light distance, but
Oh.
it doesn't have a gamma. Oh yeah, it does. I'm sorry, I'm dumb.
You're not
Oh, that's
dumb.
awful. That is way too... that is way too bad.
Oh.
Not again.
At this point, just take it. That way you can throw up on the guy.
I think it's just down that hallway, and then she's in the clear.
Oh! Oh, she got vomited on.
Oh!
Yeah,
Nice!
get him!
Save.
Yeah.
She just like fell over. Oh.
Is this gonna work? So I think my issue is that I do not launch Mix It Up before OBS. So whenever I don't do that, the video will not play, which is very annoying. Very annoying. What if I disconnect and reconnect and then test connection?
Oh, the Mista.
Connection failed. Okay, why did it fail? Why did the connection fail?
You can hear the
Test
slapping
connection.
of the beaties. Yeah, the pitter patters.
Oh. Oh, refresh web page. Okay. Test connection. Refresh. Okay, that helped. Okay, so if I do it now.
Cool. Can you give me a sec?
Alan, we are so...
Perfect. Okay. So if it doesn't work, I just have to refresh the browser source. Alan, we are so fucked. Shade, I watched the new episode. I couldn't help myself. I was carving my pumpkin and needed something to watch. The delivery of the line at the end that Alan says is fucking hilarious.
Oh, no.
You need to watch it.
Just like ram buster. We're alright.
I thought it looked delicious. I thought it looked delicious. You what?
She
Let's
did it!
go!
Yeah!
Hey!
Look at that. All by herself.
Nice. Very nice.
Yobo the
Good
goat.
job.
Yobo the goat.
All I can think is I can't die right now. We have both of them complete.
Oh my god. The act.
Stamina.
These weapons are garbage. Okay. What do we
Can
have?
I get a
Stamina.
health upgrade?
Yes.
We're getting a health pack.
Yes.
Actually, maybe we should get 2.
Yeah, because we all 3
Oh wait,
died.
Yobo, do you need stamina? Do you have the stamina?
No, I don't.
Okay, grab whichever one. This one's 4K. I think 4K is the least. Yeah, they're all 4K.
20,
I'll grab
100,
it for you. Oh.
65. What
okay.
the heck? It's a halberd?
Oh, shit!
What?
It's an axe. A battle axe. It's like a unicorn, kind of. Ah!
Oh!
I will die.
Sorry.
I will
Sorry.
die.
I'm at 1 health.
You can kill me if you want.
Same, we're all at 1 health.
Oh wait.
Will it reset our health?
Mashi, do you want to get flushed?
Do you want to get flushed?
Yeah, sure.
You gotta press Q. Ew! Yay! Everyone's turn. Wee!
Oh, so gross. Disgust.
Roblox paint gun.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I don't know. Any more health?
The stamina, health. You get that potion, it's only 5k.
Yeah.
Oh. I went to go grab it.
Shizzle! Shizzle!
Was that gun just gone?
You can do the large health pack.
No, it should appear when we take off.
Do we want want the large health pack too?
No, I think
I'm at,
those 3 will be fine.
Okay, I'm only at like 1 health.
Yeah, I think Yumi and Mashi are at 1, but we can like we can each take one of those.
Yobo, what are
Where's
you at?
Yobo at? Yeah.
Yobo. Yobo.
Yobo, how much health do you have?
58.
Okay, yeah, that'll be fine. Okay.
It'll be enough for all of us?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can each take one of those health things, and then we'll all be around 50.
But there's only 3.
Yeah, but Yobo already has 50.
Oh, I
health.
thought she said 15. Okay, sorry. My bad.
I thought she said 58.
Okay, I don't know. I'm a little deaf. I'm old. Sorry.
Okay, next time I'll make her shout at you.
Yeah.
Alright, are we good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. What?
I thought I was supposed to grab you. Oh, it is.
Oh. Ah! Oh my god. I like jumped and then I didn't come down. Can't get over the sound of that guy slapping his
Alright, I'm gonna drink
It is back. I was about to feel really bad if it wasn't here.
Oh, the guy.
No, you're fine. Yeah, it appears.
By the way. Yobo.
It's in that health pack for you.
Oh, yeah. Guess I should get my health up.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to like shoot any of the monsters last time.
Oh my god. No, yeah, you were like, grab the gun, and I went and I grabbed it, and as soon as I grabbed it, he like slammed into me.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Ooh, the village.
Ooh.
This one's kind of spooky.
Perfect for Halloween.
Don't fall in the water, it will kill you.
Okay. Don't fall in the water.
Hey, don't fall in the water.
Hey, don't fall in the water. It
Hey,
hurts.
by the way.
Is that pickles?
Pickles?
Is that pickles?
Oh.
No, that's not pickles. That's something. What is this? It's a plate of something.
Oh?
I don't know. Hi, Darkstar. Nice to see you.
Oh, excuse me, pardon me.
We both like backed up. The fuck is that?
I got a smiley face. I need someone to grab it at the bottom of the house.
Hold on, let me drop this thing off real quick. Felicia, can you help Mashi?
Yeah. Oh, upstairs?
Down.
Oh. Wait, down?
Down, yeah. Ah!
Am I? Oh.
Okay, maybe I'm
Sorry,
fine.
I didn't
maybe
see you.
maybe
I didn't see you.
It's okay. Sorry, Yobo. One sec. Sorry, I can't see. I can't see.
Is this way?
This way.
What did I just hear? I just heard
Babe,
something laughing.
a child laughed. A child laughing. Do we want to drop this one off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put this in now. Is there beef in here?
I will shoot you.
What? Oh. I thought you were saying that to me.
No,
like,
not
what
you.
did I do?
I will not shoot you.
Wow, got a lot left over. Alright, which way are we going?
Got a witch's broom.
Oh, my broom.
Your broom.
My broom. I know.
Guys, there's this artist that is selling full body models for like $250. And I really want to get one. I'm so bad. I'm so terrible. Will this hurt me? Ah, fuck. If I wedge it with the gun, no, that's not gonna work. At least I got this one.
Red dust. She died. I don't know.
Hello?
Oh, no,
I
Oh,
was,
she didn't die. She's
I was
muted.
killing
We're not talking.
things. I was killing things.
Oh, yeah, we heard you.
I dropped one in the water though, and I don't know. I can't reach it. Does anyone have a range upgrade?
No,
Damn.
I don't.
If I hold you up to the water, do you think maybe you could grab it?
I can try.
Yeah, it's over
can you
here.
oh wait, we've got this broom too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you grab
No,
things
it
in
doesn't
this?
let me.
It doesn't. Okay.
No, it doesn't let me. Oh,
Damn.
did you just throw me?
I didn't mean to throw you. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to fall in the water.
Here we can take this though. I guess.
Sugar cane.
Get the sugar cane.
It's the witch broom delivery service.
I don't know where I'm going.
You're going that way, yeah.
Okay.
Probably the other side of the fence.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
This is why I don't have a job. Do we want to walk it down?
Yeah.
Stairs.
Is there stairs? I can't see. I'm scared.
Right here. Over here.
Over
this
there.
way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm about to just fall in that hole.
Oh. Ugh. Oh god. Okay.
Wait. Felicia died? Okay, bye-bye, Felicia. You're alive. I think you're alive. Yeah.
I am!
No!
Oh!
Wait,
Wait, we all are! Let's go!
The money fell.
Yeah.
The money fell. The money fell.
Oh, well.
No!
It's too bad.
Oh my god!
Y'all did the exact same things as me. Like,
I was like,
just fell in those holes.
God, oh
we're
my
leaving.
God.
We're leaving her again.
Yeah, I don't know where Yobo. Oh, Yobo's right there.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that? There's stuff down
Where's
there.
the cart?
My
Where's
gun?
the cart?
Oh no.
Is the cart gone?
No, it should respawn at the... Wait. No, it's there.
Oh.
It's somewhere.
There's stuff over there.
I know, but
see
I don't
that.
think we can reach it.
I think.
Should I jump? Just
No.
kidding.
No.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
We would need the range so somebody
Yeah.
could, like, put.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Could you put me on that corner?
Could you
Here,
put
try to
me?
on the corner.
Okay.
Bitch. Yeah. Yeah! Oh my god, it's your gun!
Yeah.
Okay, take that. Then let the... Can you reach that? Yeah, let's go!
Nice.
Okay.
Slowly put it down.
I need you
Oh
to
my
grab
god.
me again. Slap me, please.
Oh!
Oh! Okay.
Alright,
Here's your gun.
should we go back and get the cart? Or just wing it?
Sorry.
She's just slamming stuff.
I see a blue thing. Is that not our cart?
I don't see it.
I have 1 health. Yay.
Did me throwing you hurt you? Okay, well.
I just saw you disappearing.
Yeah,
okay.
there's nothing. I was just curious.
Is this a mine shaft?
I'm trying to find the next checkpoint.
I thought something was coming. Yobo? Where's Yobo?
Yobo is by the other extraction, I think.
Oh. Well.
TNT.
Why is this box moving?
It's a mimic.
Oh.
Oh.
Let's just avoid that entirely.
Yeah.
Yobo's gonna grab it.
Is this the truck? Oh my god, we're back at the truck.
Okay, I don't see the cart. Is the cart in the truck? No, the cart's not in the truck.
No. Won't give you health. Okay. What the heck? Yeah, where did the cart go?
Why am I? Oh, because I died. I was like, why am I at 1 health?
Oh my god, get out of the...
The cart is up here, Yobo said.
Up where?
I don't know.
I don't see it over there either. What? Did it just like despawn?
Yobo said the cart is up here. But where is that?
Oh, what? Yeah, where? I guess we'll retrace our steps.
Yeah.
We gotta listen to for the extraction. I think this is it over here. Maybe? No, this is not it. Okay, okay, okay. Over here? Past the bridge? It's extraction?
Yeah, maybe. I see a. Yeah, I see it.
Oh, I hear it. I hear it.
Yeah. Here, I'll go. I'll hit it.
Thank you.
Now we gotta
There's a
go
bunch of
find
stuff we
Yobo.
passed. Damn, I'm really sad I can't get this. I can't go in that water, I'll die.
Yeah.
A Pokeball. Oh, oops.
Nice. Oh, sorry.
It's okay, sorry. Whee! Coming through. Killing stuff. Yeah.
We gotta go get Yobo. She's alone.
Oh! Wait! I guess that's fine? I don't know. Okay. Hello, we're the Smoling friends. We're the Smoling friends. Why do you turn that off? I need it on.
Why?
Because it's dark in here.
Oh!
Oh my god! Oh my god! He just threw me so far!
I know. Same. Same.
Mashi ween. Yeah, it's Mashi ween.
What?
Oh!
We are
Yobo
all
needs to
suffering
get
the same
back.
fate.
Yobo
What
needs to
the
get back.
Oh my
I
god,
almost
poor
killed the
Yobo.
scissor girl thing. Oh my god.
She's gonna see her. She's frozen, bro. She's.
We keep leaving Yobo all alone.
I know. This is like.
Yeah, scissor
cursed
girl.
Rebo.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yobo, the gun is
Sorry.
right there. Yobo, it's behind you.
What the hell? There was like this weird crawling thing.
Yeah, that
ran
got
up
all
to
of us.
me.
That got all
Oh,
of us.
she
I
sees it.
thought
She
was
sees
this-
it. Get the
Okay.
gun. Get the gun, Yobo. Get the gun.
Get the gun.
Yobo,
Yobo.
She's scared.
No, oh,
No,
if she gets to the truck,
Yeah, she just needs to get to the truck, and the gun will respawn in the truck.
Oh.
So.
She's like, let me go back. No, never mind. I thought it would. I didn't know if it would respawn. Oh, it's right there. Yo!
Let's go home.
Yay!
Oh my god.
Thank you. Road work ahead. I sure hope it does.
Oh,
Yobo the goat!
seriously.
Literally saving our ass every time.
Yeah.
So more
Okay.
help.
Where's the gun then?
It spawns
No, it'll
after
respawn
we get
next
to the
level, yeah.
next
Oh,
level.
okay. I was like, wait, I don't see it.
Yeah, all I could think is, please don't turn around, please don't turn around, please don't turn
Yeah,
around.
I don't know how she didn't see you. That was crazy. I
Ooh,
was
it's
like holding
raining,
my
I
breath.
think.
Okay, I'm gonna do a. Okay, I have stamina. Okay, yeah, let me do a. I'm gonna be.
I crushed the alien. Well, I crushed the alien. I crushed the alien. I crush the alien. Huh? Yeah.
This
New
video
Devil's
is
Crush
so
Cups. You crush
loud.
the alien.
I cannot
Cool.
hear
No
them.
spoon? Nope. Just crush the alien. Pretty flavor. Awesome.
Crushed the
I crushed
alien.
the alien.
Alright, I can't hear anything. Okay, I can hear you now. Yes?
Do you need a crystal for your gun?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, here's a 9K. That's the cheapest one.
It's okay, it's my fault. I don't know why it's so
10,000
loud.
left.
Okay.
I need help.
Trank gun.
Oh, I got 2 health things already.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
2?
Yeah, there's 100 health and then a 65, and then we can redistribute if we need to.
Okay.
Any other upgrades?
JJ! I crushed the alien.
Do I have stamina? I have a stamina upgrade already, so I guess I'm good.
I have health, stamina, strength. I'll wait on another.
Yeah. Alright.
If there's another
I'm gonna hit it.
strength, then yeah.
Let's go!
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Baby back.
Okay. Taking this.
Alright.
Alright, someone take... Oh, whoa. Someone who needs help take that, yeah. Okay, and then Sin, how much health do you have?
21.
Alright.
Turn around?
Oh, do you need me to turn around? Sorry.
There we go. Jesus, I don't know why that was not working.
Oh.
Okay, Ashi, you should be good on health, right?
I have 66.
Alright, Yoba, how much health do you have?
108.
Oh, okay. Then I'm gonna give you 10. Just 10 more.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Boop.
Alright.
Thank you.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
bestie.
You're welcome! Alright, we are so ready.
I can't believe that I'm doing this for you.
Another Minecraft level. Oh no.
No!
Oh.
Not the crescent moon! Not like this. Well, been fun knowing you guys.
No, we got this.
I'm here. Okay.
Not right there. Gotta go get my beef.
Do we have a cart?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
Yeah.
Bro. What? I told you, I thought it looked delicious.
Oh my god, if you touch your beef to my beef. Wait, never mind.
Oh. Wait, what? Did you eat that beef? You can get extra health if you eat that beef.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, true. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's also money.
Well,
Money,
you
money,
still get
money.
money. We still get money from it.
I love money.
I love money. Okay, Mr. Krabs.
I am though. Ooh, a camera. Wait, what are you gonna take
I
pictures of,
wanna
Yobo?
take a pic. I forgot you said that, so it came up.
Oh my god, an arcade game? Whoa.
Whoa.
Guys, I'm stuck.
Heavy.
Okay, I'm
Someone
here.
help
I'm
me.
fine.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have to rotate it, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna
Place the. Oh! Okay.
I think this way, right?
I thought it looked delicious. That was such a weird episode, I'm not gonna lie. It was not my favorite episode, definitely, but the ending was really funny. It was really funny.
Hey, if I lower this, can someone grab it?
Where are you? Did we run past you? Oh. Above
See
where?
the symbols.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Got it.
Oh. Okay, I was like, what? I'm like looking up.
I'm gonna bring the cart over to you guys.
Follow the sound of her
Big.
voice.
Whoa, lag.
That's so funny.
Whoa, lag.
The lag. Yeah.
Whoa, lag.
Oh, the lag.
Dude, he got inflated and popped. Chisel was like, he's fucking dead. God, I was like, he's dead. No, Glub.
Hi.
What is the lag?
I don't know. My
Uh-oh, you're running in place. What the heck? There's someone.
It's cat food. It's too heavy for me to.
It's
What?
too heavy.
The cat food is too heavy. What? Oh!
Oh
Oh
sh.
my god.
Okay, I'm gonna stop holding it. And there you go.
Oh, okay. That's weird. Why was it too heavy?
Lots of Minecraft mods today. Ooh, what's that? Oh, this is heavy. Anyone? Anyone?
Hello?
I need help.
Hello?
This is heavy. It's a barbell, I think.
Oh, I got this.
Yeah, you lift. Do you
So strong.
lift?
I live. I lift my ego.
Oh. I'll put it
Yeah,
in the
she was
cart.
gonna do the first checkpoint, but then like we can get the cart. Get that cart.
That way?
This way. Okay, I was like, wait, that's,
I think?
that's not a door. Maybe?
Yeah, that way.
Oh, there she is. Hi!
Hey! Here you go.
Got this barbell we were lifting together.
Ooh,
Yeah.
hell yeah. Get
Pretty-
swole.
Getting our gains.
Getting swole.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't
Oh,
like
sorry, I needed to adjust my sitting.
yeah, I love how
I'll
Mashi
leave the
just
cart right
stabs
here.
Yeah.
like, in the middle of the doorway where we can't escape if something's behind
Not
us.
allowed. You're stuck in here.
She's like, you'll die first. It's okay.
I guess I'll bring the cart even closer.
I hear it. I hear the thing. Okay. Guys, there's a lot of stuff in this library.
Okay. I'm on my way. I'm a little worried because I have not seen an enemy.
Yeah, they're all gonna spawn when we leave.
I know. I don't.
Can we bring the cart a little closer? I'm coming.
Uh-oh. What was that? Oh, the gnomes!
Oh, the gnomes. I can't grab it. I can't grab it. Yeah, throw them. Yeah.
Where's the library? Oh, it's back here. Followed me. There's so many Pokemon. It's just like flying.
Dun, 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 dun.
That noise scared me. Oh, that noise scared me too.
I thought there was supposed to be a ladder
What's that up
somewhere.
there? Oh, it's a key!
A key to what? Oh, your heart.
Oh, Yobo got it. Here, you can have the key to my heart. Why are you backing up like that? What the fuck? Like, hell no. I'm not touching that. Oh!
Are you freaking kidding me?
What did you break?
It was a notebook.
No. I got rejected, bro.
Bro.
On stream live.
In front of everyone.
walked in there.
Oh, I thought you fell. I was like, no. Oh, did we check down there?
I don't think we did.
I'm gonna check again. No, there's beef.
Beef.
Someone did not take the... I don't like how quiet it is. Oh, what's this?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's the YouTube award! That's so funny. Why is this here?
Or what, 1 million subscribers?
Yeah, or whatever. I don't do YouTube.
Okay, we can turn this in.
Would probably be good to just go straight to the next checkpoint after.
Yeah, I know where
there's
it
a
is.
frog. The frog is there.
Left frog.
Okay. He ran away.
Get him?
He ran away.
Got this. You got this. Can we do it together? Oh, there you go. There you go. You
I got it. I got it.
Sweet.
Scissors.
What was that?
What? What was what?
Oh, it was like a sound that was scary.
Yeah, we're good. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it didn't hurt me.
Oh my god.
I just landed. It just landed on her head.
Smash.
Hi, Captain. Hello. Welcome.
Are you muted?
I am. I got a raid. Sorry. 1 second.
Oh, not you.
Oh.
You. Look at that yobo.
Hi. Titanfall 2. Ooh, how was that?
Yobo.
I am so honored to get a captain raid. I hope you had fun. Welcome to Mashi Ween. We're playing R.E.P.O with Sinblade Kitsune, Felicia VT, and Yobo Ghosty.
Back to the trunk.
Oh, that's it. We're done. Yeah. Maybe we should let Mashi go first with the gun.
True.
Yeah, I do have a gun. And I know how to use it. Oh, this
there's
way.
The frog.
Oh, he's stuck.
Ah,
What
the
the heck?
gnomes, Mashi! The gnomes!
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Oh no.
So many things happening.
Oh my god. Just some PvP matches to see if I still have it. Well, it was a good time. But work kept blowing up my phone, so we cut out early. Oh, I'm sorry. Felicia, throw them! Felicia, throw them! Throw them! No! I didn't even know it was hurting me until Sin said gnomes.
I know.
Fuck these gnomes.
Hi, Gigi. Are you hungry, baby? Gigi. Let me go get him some food. You want your wet food?
Not the fucking baby, bro. He got out. Why is this still ringing? Not stop?
I know,
Am I the only one alive?
Gigi. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to make a run for it. Yeah, I see him. He won't go away. He's just standing there. If the frog left, why is it still making that sound? What the fuck?
Okay.
Bro.
Is Gigi satisfied?
Yes. I hope you have a good stream, Captain. I'm sorry work kept bothering you.
I see you, buddy.
But I hope you get some rest and maybe you can get more games in.
Oh my god. He's just like hovering outside my
Titanfall is in the same universe as that one Battle Royale game. I can't think of the name right now. Uh-oh. It's sunny. Ray of Sunshine. Hi. Yeah, Apex. Apex Legends. Yes, yes. Yeah. Hi. Oh, Ouija Mansion. How was Ouija's Mansion? Joker. Hi, Joker. Hi, Cox. Hi, JJ. I raid the alien. I'm not an alien. I'm a zombie dog. I'm dying a lot. Lol. Oh, it's okay. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Run for it?
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
I'm gonna do it.
No.
That didn't work.
It didn't.
I think he gets stuck in these Minecraft levels.
Yeah. Oh, Mario. We're just always. I was just getting
He was
tired
just
of that
camping your
sound.
door. Uh-oh. What'd she see? Luckily they can't open these doors.
Yeah, right.
I hope you get some rest, Sunny. Thank you for the raid. Make sure you get water and food and stretch.
Did she just go from
room to
one
another?
door?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm yawny. I took a nap before stream. I don't know why I'm so sleepy.
Sleepy kind of day.
Beepy puppy. No, I think it's, for me, it's the weather.
Yeah, it's getting cold.
Go, Yobo, go!
Sleepy Morrow.
Oh god, the gnomes.
Oh my god.
Throw it. She knows. Oh, she said, fuck you.
Run.
I'm leaving.
Just run.
No, it's up the stairs, isn't it?
She's panicking. She's panicking.
Yeah, because he's right there.
I don't think he can get to her, maybe?
She's like, let me go in this door. Oh my god, it just looks like she's floating. Oh no, he's coming around the corner.
Why the heck doesn't it work? Are you kidding me?
Oh
Hold on, Shade, let me...
Cool. Can you give me a sec?
Alan, we are so.
Cool. Can you give me a sec? Did you like that video I sent you on TikTok?
He just hovers.
Do you realize? Do you realize?
The gnome just chasing after him.
Wait, do you watch Smiling Friends too, JJ? Oh my gosh. Do you realize? What? We've been watching the new season. The newest episode was, interesting. My favorite bit is when Mr. Boss just speaks in his regular voice, like his casual voice. It's my favorite thing ever. But the most important thing is my job and my boys. Yes. Voodoo. Wait, hold on. What'd you send me? The southern one? No, yeah, the southern one. Yes, I love that. The one I sent you was a good example of the voice. Maybe? What did I send you again? That's not me. That's Gigi's food. I gave him tuna. That's not me, I promise.
They're all in the direction that she. Oh, she's watching him on my screen. Very good.
I see a couple of my friends online and I just come to them with the hey boys.
Yeah.
No, chillin'.
No, not this.
I got nothing to say. I don't know.
You just went so quiet. I was like,
oh, sorry. I am really tired. This is probably like my last one. Whenever we die, I'm going.
Well, you're already dead, so.
Yeah. I meant like if Yobo doesn't make it back. If Yobo makes it back to the truck, I'm down to keep going. But
okay.
Like as soon as this round is over, basically.
Looks at the screen. She's like, you don't have faith in me? You don't think I'm gonna make it? That was funny.
Okay.
Oh, don't use all your stamina. Oh, he's
No, I think that's a dead end.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, she's trying to go up. That's not necessarily safe.
Follow the map.
Follow the blinking dots. Throw that gnome against the wall.
That gnome. Get his ass! Grab him while he's jumping. Yeah, get him! Get him! Yeah, get him! That's right. Show that gnome who's boss. Where's the... I can't even tell. Can you look at the map here? No.
No, sadly. Maybe there's a mod for that. Here, let me watch it 1 second.
I'm gonna punch you, I'm not kidding. Okay, I'm almost there. I think the biggest surprises are behind me.
Oh! Oh!
He like starts to leave.
The
He's like,
fucking
"Huh,
episode,
Yeah, right.
the part where he's like,
Yeah.
God, is that me? I need to lose weight immediately. That's
He was a
disgusting,
little
or
too
something
smart,
like that.
And I don't know if it's that he's the smart, like
Me
AI
too.
or whatever, yeah, or if it's just that they like purposely made it so that he hovered, like,
Right.
or something. I'm like, I hate it. Go away. The single gnome.
Is there another one?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Yobo no. Oh. Okay. He was like right there. Can't. Yeah, he was like right there.
Uh-oh.
I don't know which way she has to go.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Okay,
Oh.
okay, he's leaving. Whoa.
Ooh,
That scared me.
That scared me. Yeah. I was.
Oh my god. Another gnome?
You can just die if you want, Yobo.
It's okay if you die, Yobo.
Looks at the screen. Another gnome. Oh yeah, isn't it a crescent moon?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why the gnomes are reappearing like that. Because that was the issue I had. I would kill like 10 gnomes and then they would just keep respawning and it was the worst. Uh-oh. No!
Oh!
Oh! Uh-oh.
You got her once.
Yeah. A double door.
I'm craving breakfast so bad, guys. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm craving breakfast. I never crave breakfast, but like I'm craving like a huevos rancheros and like an avocado toast and some sausage and a nice yummy cold brew coffee, cold crafted coffee. Ugh. Run for it.
Run! Run!
GG. Oh my god.
GG!
I gave him web food and he's going crazy. Trying to get every drop. Oh my god, that gnome is so scary. Look at it just standing there menacingly.
Oh my god. He's just staying right there.
I know. Oh, okay. He lost interest.
Now that weird guy is there. The cloaked guy. Oh! The frog's in his way.
Oh my god. Which way does she need to go? Let me look that up.
They just come in like,
Death.
you good? And then they leave.
Map. R.E.P.O map party? What?
Yobo make a decision.
I know. Yobo, just go for it, and if you die, it's okay.
I was like, okay, fine. Be like me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Yes!
Yes,
Yay!
go! Go!
Watch
Go,
out
go,
for
go.
him in case he's outside, like last time.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Something's in the ship. Oh, that would suck so bad. As long as she, like, hits the button, she's good.
Oh my god, she did it. The goat. What the fuck?
The goat.
She could
Clap, clap,
solo
clap,
this
clap, clap.
game.
You did it!
We did it!
She doesn't even need us!
Got so much money!
Oh damn, 71k. Anything good?
No.
A health upgrade? Nah.
I wish there was, like, a range upgrade.
Yeah.
Do I need a
This is
crystal?
boom
I
bop.
don't know if I need a crystal.
Should we just get...
I'll just get a
I'm gonna take
crystal.
this health upgrade.
I'll
this
take
damage
a sprint usage upgrade. Beans? No, it's cola.
I guess the cereal would be health upgrade. What? Hello! What the heck? Guess one of these. Wait, 45 thou. Which we could
We
save
could get
for
a
next
mini
time.
cart.
Oh!
Good.
We could. Do you think it would hold anything?
Yeah, I
Aside
don't
from
Holds a
know.
bunch of
one
small
person?
stuff.
A bunch of Pokeballs.
Oh, true. True. How much is it? Okay.
We don't need it.
Oh. Well...
I was just suggesting if we didn't
Okay.
have anything else. But I think we're good. I'm gonna buy one more cereal.
Okay.
Good?
Yep.
Yep.
Do I get a crystal too? These are expensive.
We got money.
Hi.
We do got money. Look at the cheaper one.
Like, you can't even look me in the eye, okay? What was that? It was like you tried to do the roll, but you tripped instead.
Thank you for the alert, Captain.
Oh,
Oh,
Yobo
she
can't
can't hear
hear
anyone
us.
talking? Oh, well, no wonder. Okay, what the heck?
Can you hear us now?
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Can't hear her. Can't hear.
testing.
I can't hear her either.
Yeah.
Do we unmute her in Discord?
Yeah, we can.
Yobo?
Hello, Yobo.
Hello.
Can you speak? Yobo, speak me.
Turn us up in Discord.
Turn us up in Discord.
Up in Discord.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, do you hear us now? We can hear you! Okay.
Okay, this works.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. That's weird. Did you mute yourself by accident, or no?
No. That
Okay.
ended up happening. You, me, and Mashi were in the library.
Oh.
I couldn't hear any of you talking, but I saw your Discord things lighting up. So I knew you were
that-
talking.
That would explain.
Yeah, I was like, do you want the key to my heart? And then you just like didn't even say anything, and I was like, wow.
That would explain it.
And then I like went and I looked at you, and then I was like, wow, you can't even look me in the eyes. This to be rejected on stream. Okay. Alright.
Heal up, heal up.
Heal up.
Oh yeah. Which one? Who's taking what? I have 1 health.
I got a cereal. I have 21 health.
Oh, yeah, I'll take. What do you have, Yobo, for health?
89.
Okay. How much is in this one? 50.
That's 50.
And this one's 20. Okay, I'll take the 50 one.
I have 21. I'll take this and I'll give half to Mashi.
With the M&Ms, I can take the M&Ms.
Or yeah, take them.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Alright, did we want to stop here, or do you guys want to do one more?
Oh.
If Felicia's ready to stop, I don't think it'll save our progress if we... It'll go back to like the shop area that we were just at.
I didn't know if...
We can go one more, that's fine.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be like, let's go, and you're like, I'm so sleepy.
No, it's okay. I'll be okay for one more.
Okay.
I got this.
Okay.
Ooh, the museum.
Here we go.
Wow, we haven't like done the museum at all today, I don't think.
I know.
Oh god, yeah, you're right. Oh, that means it's time for the big floaty head.
No.
Favorite guy. Your favorite guy.
My best friend.
This is a brain with sunglasses on.
Thank you for adding that in.
You're welcome.
I was about to turn around like.
I found a tooth.
A tooth.
Been watching for like 20 minutes, but really didn't say anything. Hello. How dare you? How dare you just lurk? How dare? I'm gonna shoot this guy now.
Did you get him?
Yeah. These guys have bombs.
Oh no.
Ah! Owie. No, my orb.
What?
My orb, my loot that I got from the monster just exploded.
Oh god.
What happened?
Good job.
What happened?
Is it the laser guy? Oh my
Yeah, I
god.
killed him.
I just heard all this.
Got his ass.
What the F? Yeah, I have an AK. He was just he would have lasered my ass. All of our asses. He needed to die.
You almost walked into
Did I? Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw up. What's wrong with you? Oh my god.
There was a money bag, but I don't want to grab it. I think it's the growing one.
Oh
but I need the cart so I could just like dump it.
Put it in there.
But I don't.
Yeah.
I have to remember. I think it's up here.
Okay. It just show up on your map if you. It shows up as a green dot if you see it. Here you go. Can I get a shout out for Stoic, please?
If we turn this in, I found the second extraction point.
Oh, okay.
Okay, okay, let's do that then.
Okay. I'll be...
Thank you, Shade. You're so awesome. Best mod. Best mod.
And it does it in Keef too. That's horrifying. Oh. That's pretty nice. I mean, Keef also makes their own residue. That's wild.
What the? I'm gonna charge my gun. Oh, Gigi. Oh, Gigi. My honey. My honey Gigi. You want out? You want outside? The door? I'm not taking it. You can't go outside. Gigi is like deathly afraid of the outside.
The money bag is up here, but I'm trying to get Mashi to bring the cart. Oh, there she is, Mashi!
Sorry, I was charging my gun. Okay. Up, up. We're going up, up, up. This is a moment. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Okay.
Okay,
if
so
you bring
this.
it over here,
okay.
yeah, I'm gonna.
This money bag is dangerous.
Oh god. Oh. Okay, there.
You. Okay. You're so awesome. You guys are so awesome.
Yeah, we just threw it, chunked it.
Chunked it? We chunked
it. Before it got too big. Yeah. Before it grew too big.
Okay, there is a hole. I forgot where the hole was, but...
Oh yeah, it's like through that room, right ahead of you. Yeah.
There's another thing in this room. It's
over here? Or where?
Where is it?
It's up one floor, but it's like a radioactive cup thing.
Oh.
A radioactive...
Not all the way. No, no, no. Mashi, Mashi, come back.
This way?
Oh, this way.
Yeah.
Wow. Whoa,
is it gonna explode?
No.
I have poisoning. I have radiation poisoning.
Oh.
It's giving me radiation. Oh my
I
god.
don't know, is it gonna fit?
Okay, no.
Wait,
No.
Okay. We're gonna... Oh, it's the exploding guys.
Alicia?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I ran for my life. Alright,
Okay. How much do we need for the...
12.
Okay, I'm just gonna carry this over to the...
Alright. Okay. Do you want me to carry it since you have the gun?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll carry it.
Up, 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 it's our moment. Banana. I trusted you. Just it hurts. Hold on, let me let Gigi out of my room.
So what happened was
So what happened was that I trusted
what happened was I don't know.
It's funny.
For it. Here's the $600 item. item to replace that one. There.
2,000 more.
I don't know if there's anything else up there. Let me see.
Don't fall in the hole. Didn't you play R.E.P.O recently? Stoic? You did. Today? Question mark? I found Grr! I found Grr.
Oh.
There's this thing which is
What
worth
the?
35k, by the way.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
The floaty head, not the floaty head, but the one that like makes you roll out.
Oh yeah, I saw him earlier.
Yeah. Wait, is it?
Yeah.
Hers worth so much. Okay, I'm gonna turn this in.
She's too southern.
Y'all, why do I have like unlimited stamina, by the way?
Do you?
I don't know.
Yeah, I can just run, like, it goes down so slow, I can just run forever.
Did you get a sprint usage up? What the?
No, I did a health upgrade.
Spaminant?
Oh wait, I do have a sprint usage upgrade. When did I get that?
I'm not sure.
I don't even remember that.
Keep that baby bomb.
I don't know what this item is, but it's trying to hypnotize my person. And there's a pitter patter over here.
Oh.
Oh no. Okay.
Will it?
No one come near me. No one come near me.
Okay. Okay.
I'll just puke over here.
Who's got the head? Oh, it's Felicia.
I'll just puke over here. Oh. What the heck? Where is the way to the thing? This way. You good? You good? You good?
Oh, there you are. This thing.
Oh god, this thing. Hold on, there's an extraction right here. Let me open it. There's a hole! Do not run. There's a hole.
So I will say exactly where I am.
Okay. Okay. Let's go, let's go. Around the hole. To the left. Perfect. Maybe over a little bit. I want this. Can we, ah! Yeah, but can we get this? Do you have a strength upgrade by chance?
I do not. Wait.
I think.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Then might.
Oh, wrong button.
I can't lift it enough to not have it. Oh, oh. No, no, we need help. I really want that. Uh-oh. Are they dying?
Hello?
What happened?
I have Felicia. I don't know what happened. But that wormy guy was here. Watch out for the hole.
I need your help with this horse statue.
Oh, is it by the extraction here?
Yeah.
Okay, let me put her head over there first. Or in the cart or something.
You have a strength upgrade, right?
No.
Okay, well, we'll need
But I'll
Yobo
still
too
help
then.
you.
We'll need Yobo.
Okay, Yobo.
Just straight to the extraction.
Oh, wait, let me move the cart. Oh god. Okay. Here we go. Don't jump on it.
Be careful, be careful. The extraction has a big hole in the middle of the room.
Oh my god.
We'll just...
Horse, please.
Horse, please.
Horse. Horse, please.
Rotate it. Oh, let's get closer.
Oh,
okay.
It's just getting over that threshold, I think. Oh, I think, Felicia's the one that had the strength upgrade. Oh.
Damn. Okay, we're almost to the hole. Make sure you hug the wall. Hello, Gigi. I just let you out. You already want back in?
Gigi! Gigi, I'm your biggest fan. Oh. Oh.
Yay!
Is it gonna
it's
fit?
in.
Is it
Yeah.
fitting? Okay.
Classic
Oh, we should have
cat.
put Felicia's head in there. No.
No, Felicia.
I didn't think about it.
I
had
don't know
it
where
in the cart.
Let me go check where the other extraction is. Oh, we need that money bag. Where's the cart?
It's back here. The floaty thing is there.
Here,
There
let
was
me...
like another thing that had a bunch of like stuff that I passed. Yeah. Oh, wait, is there something in there still? Maybe that.
I don't know.
Oh, the money bag.
Oh, yeah,
that's
the
the-
money bag.
yeah,
Yeah.
money.
Okay, I was like, wait, what?
It's probably pretty heavy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wow, don't fall in the hole.
I'm good.
Here's some money for the trouble, Felicia. We forgot to put her head in there. Sorry.
Oh, I found the other extraction point.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I see it on the map. It's down here, Sin.
Okay, wait.
Was it up here? There
Oh,
was
this is-
something. What is that? What are you crying for? What?
Okay, when this one is done, be very careful. There's a hole at the top of the stairs.
Okay.
Oh, where are you?
At the
Next
extraction.
extraction point.
Oh, okay. There was like a big diamond burger thing.
Oh,
I can't
no.
remember where it was though.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this over to the thing. Oh, Lord. Are you kidding me? Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
you'll
to
want
that
to
one
bring
that
it
you're
on this
standing.
one.
Yeah, that one. Am I level?
Yeah.
This is fine. It's fine.
Oh, it's the throw up guy. Be careful.
This is fine.
I'll lead him away.
This is not fine. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Do you want to get that burger or do you want me to... Do you want me to put the thing in? I'll just leave it there for now. Then...
Yeah, eat it!
Good
Good job.
job. Okay, I'm gonna turn in the thing now. Because I'm scared and I don't want us to die.
Yeah, there's nothing up here.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately.
I thought this was the extraction for some reason.
Guy, oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The floaty head guy, like the actual big head guy, is out there, so be careful. Baby Bob, why are you going nuts?
I need to put this here. Okay, can you push it in?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a hole. There's a hole!
Oh!
Oh, you're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
That scared me. Oh, bro.
Is it all the way in? Is it all the way in? Oh, it is. Okay. Okay, it is. Felicia, be careful. There's a hole.
Okay. Yeah, I saw Sin fall.
Yeah, and then I fell like a dummy.
Also, your big-headed friend is
I heard. Yeah, I heard.
Okay.
I was like, damn, when Felicia's not here. Oh.
Yeah, I fell, speaking of holes, that's how I died. I fell down a random hole.
Oh, God. Get his ass.
Oh my god!
Oh, not again!
Oh.
Not again, bro.
Oh, no.
Oh, he got me
There's
too!
Another one. Oh, no. Oh, God, the clown guy.
No.
Oh, the head guy. RIP. This is so chaotic. Ah.
Everything is happening at once.
I know.
Ooh, is Bashi alive?
I don't think so. I have the gun.
Oh. Take you with this much.
Oh my
There's
god.
someone over here. It might be the clown guy. Or the big head.
Ow.
How rude! Don't touch me. My cat is going insane.
Oh, speaking of cats, I have to let my cat back in. Because he can't decide, can't make up his mind. You finished your food, baby. That's all you get for tonight.
I left Mashi behind. Oh, the floaty guy. The floaty head.
Fell down a hole.
Nope.
Oh, that was earlier. Felicia's fine.
If it's not one thing, it's another. Oh, shit. What? I'm running up.
Oh, Felicia juked him good. The glasses.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, I almost did right into the floaty head. Ow! Hey, the pitter patter.
The pitter patter. No. Oh my god. I don't think he saw you. Okay. No, not the bombs! Oh, you're fine? Question mark. Gigi, you ate it all, buddy. Stop. Hey. Yeah. Oh, there's still.
Oh no. No. Oh, and the frog. Or whatever
Oh,
that
Felicia made it. Oh my god, there's a freaking crawly thing in the ship, in the truck with her. Oh.
Under the table. Under a table ledge thing. With an explodey. Oh my god. Stop. Ow.
Over here.
Oh, 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 oh!
Oh, Felicia. Oh my god, you're alive.
Yes, I screamed the whole way, and Connor walked by and gave me a double bump. I recharged the gun just in case.
Okay. Yobo's
Yobo.
on the table.
Go. I'm dead.
She's going. Oh, she's dead.
Oh,
Never
okay.
mind. She's
Let's
dead.
go.
Okay. It's you and me, bestie.
Us against the world.
That was insane.
My throat hurts.
It sounded so funny from my end because it was like echoing for the longest time.
I literally like screamed the whole way to the truck, and Connor walks by in the hallway and just gives me a double thumbs up. Okay, do we stop here?
We
or
can.
I'm stopping here at least.
Yeah, I think this is a good place to stop.
Okay, cool.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was so fun,
Yeah.
and we have so much money for next time.
Oh my
94K.
god, yeah, 94K.
Oh my goodness.
We're rolling in the dough.
Yeah.
Rich. Good job.
GG's.
GG's.
Thanks for playing, y'all.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was so fun.
Here, let me switch over to just chat. Okay. Good game.
Maybe.
Oh, I should unmute.
I guess.
I
Okay.
guess.
Huh?
Ooh, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was so fun, y'all.
Oh my god, I love playing this game with you guys.
Yes. Perfect for the Halloween season.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next week, Halloween.
Yay!
Halloween. Yeah. Okay. All right. Are we rating or not?
I'm probably gonna keep going.
Okay. Oh, I'll just rate you then.
Hell yeah.
If you
What are you gonna
want.
play,
How about
Monty?
that?
What?
What are you gonna play?
Probably Minecraft.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Minecraft. We were just talking about that.
Yeah, we were.
All right.
Cool.
Well, then we will raid you momentarily.
Okay.
Alright. I'm popping
Watch
out,
me
y'all.
raid someone else.
Bye.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
I know.
Bye.
Okay. I will be right back while I switch everything over. I don't know if I'm gonna play Minecraft. I might try that demo that someone mentioned earlier. Maybe. Or maybe I'll build my underwater base. Yeah, I'll play Minecraft. Let's change the stream title. Minecraft Ocean Block FTB Ocean Block. Minecraft. Play. Gotta launch. I'll be right back. Hi! Fancy seeing you here. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, it's a bell. Ding, 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 ding. Hi! I miss you. Mashi Beam. I was gonna pause while I miss you so much. I was gonna pause while I launch Minecraft and everything. It's been too long. Where have you been? We haven't talked in ages. I'm an old woman now. I hope you get some rest. I heard you being Yanni. Get good rest. Thank you for playing with me and inviting me. I appreciate you. I do. I'm thinking about breakfast food. I want breakfast in the morning so bad. Okay, be right back. Oh my god. Hi. Hello, my darling. Hello, my sweet, sweet babies. Love of my life. Can't see my hotbar because my phone is in the way. But if I move my phone, my model won't track. How does one get access? He posted the, oh, you have to give him your username so he can whitelist you. And then he'll give you the server link. He said, right-click this controller, hold right-click. That stores... Why? I asked you if I could store the oak saplings, and you said that. I don't have autocavo. I don't have fresh avocado. This is my kitchen. This is where I make sushi. This is where I store my stuff. This is my oven. This is my fermentation barrel where I make soy sauce. This is all my tuna fillets, my salmon fillets, my crab, imitation crab, my shrimps, my shrimpies. This is where my rice goes. I'm over here in a hut. Yeah, Shizzle just made this for us. Yeah, look! Look, this is my, my refinery that I made out of pink bricks. Why are you hitting me? Why are you hitting me? What the heck? It's a glass door? Is that my milk? Yeah, you gotta get a good start first. Yeah. My bees. I was working on something. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh, that's really pretty. Honey, look at this. Oh my god. Let's build this, honey. Oh, this is Ars Nouveau stuff. What? What? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? You can build that. Okay. You want to see what I'm talking about, chat? Um, Can't a man have a little laugh? You... We could build that, right? Ocean house builds. Minecraft. Oh. The problem is... What the fuck is that? That's not a house! No, it is. It is a house. Okay, the problem is that I can't build on ocean floor, so I don't know how... Oh, that's cool. You can just make it floating. I could. Oh, that's really cool. But I would have to have the water in the ground. Or the the water in the ground. The dirt in the water so I can grow crops properly in this pack. Cuz you can't grow crops without having it like in water. No, that's too small. I don't want to like make a base and it be too small. Ooh, that's cool. Ooh. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh. Yeah, but I don't have that much quartz yet. Is there a way to like get a lot of quartz? we could somehow get nether quartz essence, but how do we do that? Why does it say almost hollow? Oh, is it because the wasabi's not in there? Shizzle. What? Oh, cooked rice? It still says almost hollow. Why? Okay. Oh. Oh my gosh. This one's perfect. You have some nether quartz. Not a lot, but I don't know. Did he leave? Oh my god. I need more Tobiko. 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 What the? How are you getting so much of it? You did it. Hi. Oh my goodness. Your reactive is so huge.
Yeah, make it like it's super tiny. You've always had it that big.
Nuh-uh.
Smaller. Smaller.
Smaller? No.
Yeah.
What does small bites do?
You eat it faster, I think.
Well, we got lots of food for the nether. How'd you get that sword? Wait, that's not a sword, that's a fishing pole.
That's a fishing pole. You fish with the offhand, and then you strike your fish with your main hand.
Azure Dark, thank you for the raid! Hello, hello!
Doing some super fishing.
How are you? Super fishing. Oh, man! Oh my god, double raid! Thank you, guys! What were you playing? Oh, Headliners?
Oh, he's adorable. Oh, look
How
at
was
him.
Headliners?
It's a little guy.
It's just a little guy.
Did you have so much fun? I've never played that game. Is this a milk jar?
You fucking just killed him in
Yeah,
cold blood
I
right in
got
front of
your
me.
milk.
Thanks.
Democracy.
We got wrecked.
At
It
what
was
cost?
fun.
I was not expecting that.
At any cost.
Yay! Thank you so much. Hello, I'm Mashi. We're playing
I got a
Minecraft
lily
with
pad.
Shizzle Bizzle. Lily pad? Cute! Oh, your backpack's out here. Oh, there's nothing in it.
That's the extra one. I don't even know. Where do we even get that one from? Was it a random reward?
It probably was. I like your model. I tried a rating with Omen, but it didn't work for some reason. Oh, it's okay. Hello, Boneyards. Boneyards legit. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hi. Were you all playing together? I would follow you, but I already have you followed. Oh, you do? Well, welcome. Azur, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Oh, you're playing Albion online? Ooh.
It is Albion.
Albion. Matt,
Albion online.
what the? Oh my goodness, you guys! Thank you for the love! A PP the Fruge? What the heck? Thank you for the follow! How was your stream, everyone? Oh my goodness! Oh, you were playing Headliners with them? Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
creation's
the
drawing.
raid.
Aw, want the treat?
I'm Mashy. I'm a golden retriever puppy girl VTuber, variety streamer.
What in the
I play
world?
cozy games, I play horror games, I play FPS games.
Oh no! Wait,
play all the
no.
What is
Blitz,
that?
no!
What
What the hell?
happened?
What the Eldritch Abomination is that, bro?
What the?
I want your treat. And
Oh? Why is that so detailed? It looks like something from Smiling Friends.
Oopsies.
Garlic phone. Garlic phone. How do I fix this? My oven is stuck open and my cabinet is stuck. Well, I know why my cabinet.
I don't.
Oh my god, is
I
it
don't know.
jammed? Is it actual physics? Like, it can't close
Is
because
it jammed because they're next to each other?
Oh,
you got a
no.
fish. We got a fish in the house.
I punched it. Funnily enough, that drawing looks like the one at the end of Meat
that?
Canyon's newest video. What? That's crazy.
See, when I click on it, it shuts. When I exit it, it opens. It's broken for me.
Well, I can't.
Open it and shut it. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm confused.
It's just that one.
If you guys need to raid and run, please do so. Get some rest. I know you like to stay up late, Max. I don't know about everyone else. I appreciate the love. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you so much. I appreciate the raids, all the raids. I shall leave. I got a headache from screaming. Oh yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Have a good night. Puppy! That's me, puppy. Whoa, what did you do? Oh, we got a lot of the Tobiko. We're making sushi in Minecraft. Where's my knife? There it is. Apparently, for a quest, I have to stab a piglin with a knife.
Hey, give me some of those. Turn your magnet off now.
My magnet's not on.
Just closer to it then.
Got a link to the mod pack? I do. It is in CurseForge. It is.
Oh, you can get it in any. It's not specific to CurseForge, but it's FTB's Ocean Blocks 2.
FTB Ocean Block 2. How do I just link the mod pack?
You just link it to the CurseForge
Project page.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's like other launchers you can use. CurseForge is just the easiest.
I see.
People say it's bad because it's got ads and bloat, but you can just open CurseForge, launch the game, close CurseForge, and it's not even there.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy the mod pack.
Remember to follow your quest books if you don't know what you're doing. They're very helpful.
Yeah, they are helpful. I want to make an engineer's workbench so I can upgrade my
Well, that's gonna be one of So what I need to do is we need to build a little place for another. I'm thinking about building it over on the island, maybe.
Yeah, we could do that. Do we have enough nether, flint and steel? Not nether. Do we have enough obsidian?
Yes.
This was a monster that Shizzle spawned forever ago, and he's just been at the bottom of the ocean, just,
I got a chaos box and I used it. And
yeah,
it
he opened a freaking chaos box.
I'm surprised he's still down there.
I'm surprised he hasn't despawned. That's pretty wild.
I like that he hasn't despawned because I am going for him later. Where are you going?
There's a drop right here. How you didn't make it. I want these carrots.
We have a drill.
I want a ring. Oh, I have a drill. I want that quartz.
Oops. I didn't mean to place that.
Is this...
There's no way.
This drill doesn't seem very good. It only has one attack damage.
Oh, you got one too?
Yeah, I got a light
it's not
blue
for
one.
attacking.
But, I don't know. What does this ring do? I don't know what this ring does. It's just a ring. Oh.
I don't need sushi anymore.
What? What is
I got
that?
ham.
Flumbus? Oh.
It's infinite ham.
It's infinite ham?
It regenerates every 20
I should
seconds,
have that because
but
I went to the island. I'm just kidding.
you can have it. It's on the floor. It's on the ground. It's on the ground. I like the sushi because the sushi gives us small bite saturation and fire resistance.
Can I put it in my backpack and have
give
an
us
auto
buffs.
eater?
No, it doesn't work with that one. But that could be your backup food. You're going to want to keep it in your inventory. It won't refresh.
Oh, really?
When it's in your... Yeah.
Where did my ham go?
It's in there. It's a stick. You just moused over it. Wait, where did it go?
That's right here. Good morning. Hello, Hex. Welcome. Good morning. Good evening.
No way you left me.
You have your thing. I'm sorry. I'm coming back.
No, I'm already here.
See, you have your thing. Oh my god. I don't know what to build, guys. What do I build? We have to go build that nether portal.
We'll go? Yeah, we're about to do that.
I took your wool somehow.
Wait, how much damage does your drill have?
It has 1.1.
Well, here, give it to me.
No, I want it.
No, I'll trade you.
I want it.
I'll trade you.
Mine's pretty and blue.
So was mine.
Oh.
But it does 9 damage.
Whoa.
I powered it.
Oh, if it's powered.
Actually, speaking of power...
Build a room that you can teleport people into that is nothing but a bunch of doors. Nothing but a bunch of doors that open and close rapidly. Oh my god. What is this?
I don't know, look at it. Right click it.
Pocket
Use
generator.
it. Play with it.
Play with it.
Yeah, I'll put coal in it.
Coal.
Which is on this wall. I haven't attached this to the system yet because it's not ready yet. Coal is right here. You can grab tiny coal, normal coal, or coal blocks. I would grab like 20 coal blocks.
20? How do I grab?
You left click them. Put that
Me
in
and
there.
Shizzle were thinking about trying Vintage Story, but then he said this mod pack and we've been playing this instead of Vintage Story.
Yeah, I do want to try Vintage Story.
I do want to try it eventually. I just don't. It's intimidating to me. $1 million. It holds 1 million energy.
Yeah.
That's a lot. So this will charge my drill if it needs to be charged.
Yep. It has to stay in your inventory though.
I don't need a bucket of water, do I? No, I do not need a bucket of water. Put it in my rice cooker. Why do I have snad? Oh, I guess it's for the if I need more sugar cane.
Yeah, I did it again too. I put it down and it fell down to the ocean floor.
Can I put a campfire here or will it set it on fire?
I don't know. I guess we can find out the hard way.
Are you sure?
Let's put it right out here.
Okay. Campfire.
What do you need the campfire for?
For my soup pot.
Oh, wait. I got something for that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think I have something for that. I do have something for that.
I fucked up all this sushi, chat. It's hollow inside. Can I put it in the
there you go.
composter? Will it work? Hey. It's bubbling! It's bubbling.
Yeah, that's the
now
actual block for it.
Now that I have milk, I can make. Where's my pot? My bucket. Oh, can I not use my bucket on the milk thing? Okay, we take this and we take this. I think. No. We need roasted coffee beans. Mashimaru BT, it's BTOS. Hello BTOS, nice to see you.
That's crazy.
I've become a big fan of your work.
Yoink. Thanks.
You're welcome.
That took a whole bucket of milk though, but this does give us the milk effect. It clears debuff. But it only clears one effect.
I need this. Hi Shiznuts, it's BTOS. I love your series. You like my Minecraft series? I'm honored. I'm so honored. I'm a large fan of your background noise. Bruh. Do I have a lot of background noise?
My background noise. Give me that.
Did you yoink my honey coffee? No, you didn't yoink it.
No, I gave it to you. It's in there. It's in the bottom.
Oh, I thought I had to use a...
Bucket.
What?
There's already bottles in there. The scroll that you have in the top left of your inventory. Give me that thing. You've had that on you forever.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, I know. It'll be in here.
Is there a large amount of background noise, BTOS? I can fix that.
No, there's not. Okay, I'm gonna go build the portal.
Okay.
You're gonna...
Bless you.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Call him Sneasel, 'cause he be sneezing. Schneasel. What the heck? We could have gotten cobblestone from here the whole time.
We could have, yes. That's actually crazy to think about. I never thought about that. We could have just built stone picks right away and just... Oh my gosh. That shows how slow we are. We had to preserve the island though, okay?
Yeah, I like the mushrooms. Shizzle already killed the cow.
I'm sorry. Not even gonna do anything special for this portal.
No, that's special enough. Should we build fence around?
I forgot Flint. Yeah, we need to block it off so we don't lose the cow.
Because the cow will fall into the portal. Oh my god. There's just a random
You know what? We'll just do this.
cow in the portal.
We'll just do this.
What? Oh no, you're capturing him. He's taking him out of his natural habitat.
He'll be safer over here.
We're just gonna have a
Underwater.
random cow.
In the kelp farm.
What? Oh my god. He can't get in.
Oh, can he not? Can he not go through the door? Hello, Shade. There.
At least let
Now
him
we have
like
cow.
roam.
No, he'll get out.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Wait.
We need flint and steel, and I need to get rid of some things.
No, we need flint and flint. Oh crap! That's wrong one.
No, that's
Wrong
not.
mod pack.
Yeah, wrong mod pack.
Ew, you have to use cast iron? Ugh.
I can use a water bucket in the nether, right? Right? Nothing bad will happen, right?
I mean, nothing bad will happen, but
Oh,
no, you
okay.
can't.
Okay, it's not like a bed.
You can't
like
use a
placing
bed in the nether.
Okay, okay.
Actually, before we go, I think I should
We need to take our
not
obsidian
bring...
bow, honey.
Yeah, I have mine.
Oh,
But
you have yours
I think
already?
I should not bring all of my stuff with.
Okay, what were you saying about the storage? I hold right click what?
Okay, so on the controller, you hold right click and it'll store everything that can be sorted into the drawers automatically from your inventory. So anytime you want to...
There's no way that fell through the fucking...
Oh.
There's no way that just happened.
Wait. It's right there. It just fell through because you put it on this block.
I didn't mean to place it.
We can get it back. Just hold on.
Okay.
I just need the wrench. Got it.
Okay, I right click on the controller. This is the controller.
Yeah, so you just hold right click on it, it'll store everything that can be stored, and if there then put things in the logic storage.
Okay, it's not...
That's good. All you gotta do is right click it like for 2 seconds. There's not a lot. It's mostly like there's not much in it. It's just like the stone blocks, sand, dirt. And you know what? I'll even do this too.
Oh, I'll bring some.
Integrated.
Oh, it charged my magnet. My electromagnet.
I think that was already charged.
Was it? I got a sandstorm in a bottle. I don't know what it does. Right click to summon 2 orbiting sandstorms.
That's a boss drop. That's crazy you got that. I just added a lot more storage to the thing for now. Added a double diamond chest. Careful, you're gonna... yeah. Well, actually, I guess we won't need water breathing in the nether. So we probably should bring proper armor.
Did you get my... armor stand? Did you get my boat?
Yes, I have your boat. Early mineral? What the? You've got a quest?
We should bring gold, shouldn't we? No, I don't want to wear those. Where's my helmet? Okay. I got this random ring. I don't know what it does. I'll just put it in my backpack, I suppose. Don't need that. Don't need that. That. Place all my food stuff in here.
Does the drill work on, like, trees, too?
I don't know.
Does it cut trees faster? No. It does not. So you're still gonna want an axe. Why are you building an armor stand?
For my diving suit.
Ah. Come use your bed again. Just to set your respawn point. That one.
Did it work?
This one. This one.
Yes.
Did it say reset?
Yep. I don't need that. I don't need that. I do need this. I do need this. Okay, let me food items. Food items.
It's working?
I don't need my skillet with me. Whoa, that scared the shit out of me.
What?
The music I have playing. Guys, is that loud? I don't need a jar. Do we need bottles for any reason in the Nether?
Maybe, I don't know. I've never played this pack.
I don't need my fishing pole. I probably need my barrel smasher. Don't need that honey bottle. Don't need fertilizer. I have a netherite hammer. I don't know where it came from.
A what hammer?
A netherite hammer.
Your music is on your stream.
I saw.
Your Firefox.
I fixed it. Sorry.
Can you not capture Minecraft directly?
I fix. What? Yeah, it is captured. I just have my window capture on. I fix it.
Oh.
Oopsie. Thanks for letting me know. Hi, Cybercat. You're so cool. Hi, welcome. I'm so ready for the nether. Wait, where'd my drill go? I'm not ready. Yeah, I am.
What I need? What, do
I
this
also
maybe?
have an engineer's
Yes.
hammer. Lead. Do we have a place to store books?
Books just in the system thing.
I was experimenting with sushi. As you can see, all my sushi except these are hollow. Oh, this one's perfect. I'll still eat them. Torches. I do have night vision, so I don't really know how much I'll need.
I mean, that's the nether as well, so it's gonna be bright.
True. That's so true. I got potion of luck.
Oh, that was a lot of lag.
I'll put these in my... Okay, what do I want on my hotbar? I want this on my hotbar, this. Some coffee. Whoa!
Well?
A mysterious piece of meat that smoothly regenerates to its original size, no matter how much you carve it.
Yeah, the infinite
I got relics. I got a relics UI somehow. I don't know how I did that. Oh, I held shift.
On the
I held
hand.
shift.
Yeah.
Okay. I do want my knife because I need to carve a piglin. I know that's fucked up. I didn't make this mod. I'm just doing what it tells me. Bed? Wait, you made diamond armor? I should make diamond armor.
I made ferrocore armor.
Ferrocore armor? How did you make ferrocore ingots?
It's a weird process. You have to make a goo and you put iron blocks on it. So basically I have iron armor. You want ferrocore too? I can make you a set.
Does it involve using the big furnace thing right here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Down here. Come down. I'll show you.
Okay.
So this Primo Gel Goo, you activate it by putting sugar or something else in it to like feed it. And you put blocks all around it, and it turns the iron blocks into this raw ferrocore. When you mine this, you get ferrocore, and then you smelt this to the ingots. So I'll let those cook up.
What?
Ow.
What happened? How much sugar do I need to feed it?
Just the one, but you shouldn't need any more.
How do I feed it? Right click it?
Yeah, but don't feed it now, because there's nothing on it. Yeah, you just right click it with sugar.
Oh, it has to grow and then you feed it? I want something sweet to drink. We should have got a sweet drink, a sweet treat. A sweet treat, sweet treat.
No, where did that bug go? Oh, there he is.
What the heck was that? I heard you bang. Oh my gosh. Jump cushion? What?
Ouch. I keep
hurting
clicking
you.
that when I don't need to. I'm right clicking on the pump, but it's already fully charged.
Okay, and I just make it like regular armor. Right?
Yeah.
Boots? My boots?
Just don't shift click. Don't make a ton of them.
No, I'm not. And the helmet.
Look at that. There's a perfect amount.
Yeah, you're good. You're real good. Maybe I should use my iron armor first and then I'll switch to ferrocore. Okay.
I've made a mistake.
What?
Yeah, mistake fixed.
I'm ready.
Oh, no. Okay. I can't do that way.
We're going to the nether. Ooh, I haven't claimed all this.
Holy crap, 16 blocks?
I got a pickaxe that gives me silk touch?
What the icebreaker? Cool.
Did you not claim your rewards for the ferrocore, the goo thing?
Yeah, but I didn't get anything good.
Really?
No.
I can make a sword now because I have 2 ferrocore.
Oh, no, wait, I see. I did not claim that. You automatically get that. Cool. Wow, so we got free silk touch.
Yeah. Okay, that's my ferrocore set. I'm not gonna touch that yet until...
What is this made out of? It's a flint pickaxe, though, so be careful with it.
Oh, it has unbreaking on it.
She will... Yeah.
Can I have my pocket generator in my backpack, or will that not work?
No, it won't work then.
Okay. Okay, I'm so set. I'm so ready to
I am
fuck
almost
up some
set. I need
piglin.
one more hopper.
Where's my raft? Did you make the flint and steel?
Yes.
Flint and steel. Flint and steel. Can I
Now,
have
if
it?
this is done correctly, this should auto take.
I took it. Took something.
Now the... Yeah, it works. So now... Does this just need a lever?
It needs a
to fully
lever.
automate?
Pull the lever.
We'll give it this fancy industrial lever.
Ooh, that is fancy. I don't think it... Okay.
We gotta wait till it empties. Oh no, was that all of it?
It needs
No.
more.
It's going.
Oh, okay.
Sweet, it does work. Cool. Okay. Now I can go. I think I'm gonna leave this here though.
Leave
Never
what
mind,
here?
I can't. I was gonna leave my...
Thank you for getting my boat. Drops it
I
again.
got that, I got that. I got my food. A heart canister. That's what I wanted to make real quick. Come and take this. I'll bring it to you. I'll bring it to you.
Okay. Thank you for the head pat. Joker. What are you up to, Joker? Do you not want to play Minecraft with us? Because Shizzle always changes his mod pack.
Rude.
He doesn't want to get attached to his builds and then have you destroy the
This one's
server.
gonna be around for a while. I want to complete this one.
Yeah. He said that about
This one's just... Huh?
what?
Huh?
Huh? What?
What sword did you make?
I made a ferrocore sword.
Why? You have a diamond sword.
Isn't it?
It's not better. It's basically a little bit better than iron.
Aww.
I'll take it though. I don't have a sword,
No, I want it.
so I could use that.
No, I want it. You can have my diamond sword.
No, I want it. No, I want it.
No, I want it. Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up! I like it because it's... I'll take it. You'll take my diamond sword. Ah, he's fishing me. Ah, he's fishing me.
Take this. Is this the right one? Yep. Put that on. In your bubbles.
And my bubbles.
Rip.
Oh, he made me a heart amulet. How cute is that? It's RGB.
And then I need a sword. A sword, please. Alright. You know what I forgot?
A flint and steel.
Or is it in my backpack? Yes, I forgot the flint and steel.
What the... What happened, Shade? What happened? Oh my god.
Wait, what happened?
Shade was doomed to fall.
He probably went on top of one of those towers.
I fell. Yeah, I get that you fell, but how did you fall? We're surrounded by water.
Wait, where is the flint and steel? Do you have it?
I do not. I have flint on me if you just want to grab an iron bar. Oh, you know. Yeah, I got it. I get you.
But where'd the one go that I made? Oh wait, is it in this? I have it. I'm just dummy dumb.
It's okay. Wait, this is bolt 2 armor. Why did we even make the ferrocore stuff?
What?
How much durability does it have?
I don't know. 225. It's literally the same as iron, basically. I just wanted to use it.
No, it has more durability than iron.
Okay, a little bit.
Oh, gold? Can you get like a gold helmet or something so we don't die? So what doesn't, what? I don't know. I don't remember. Guys, what are you doing for Halloween? What are you doing for Halloweeny? Squid. I'm really sad about I got like this fish dynamite. No, Zill, that's awful. Boo, boo, tomato, tomato, tomato. I got this fish dynamite and I threw it into the ocean thinking it would kill the fish. There were no fish. So now I don't have any dynamite. It was a waste. It was a waste. And I'm sad about it. I got fish seeds, like what? Oh, that's for mystical agriculture. I forgot what they do. What do they do?
You plant them and then you get fish essence, and with that fish essence you can make different types of fish just by crafting the essence.
Yeah.
So you can make pufferfish, salmon, cod, nautilus shells if you also have prismarine essence. It's basically get all the seeds of everything and you can grow everything in the game. Giant magic guardian. Garden,
not guardian.
Guardian.
So if you want to join the voice chat, you can. I'll drag you.
Denied.
Denied.
No, I'm just kidding.
Wow, how long have you even been? How long have you been in Uppies?
A very long time now.
We've been waiting since the start of the stream.
Why did? Oh my God, you guys!
We won the uppies.
Why?
They're not even playing.
You're not even playing Minecraft.
They're not even playing.
I am playing Minecraft.
No, you're not.
I don't see.
Don't freaking lie to me.
I don't see your name.
The BattleBit mod, yeah.
Oh my God. Isn't that Roblox?
They ported it into Minecraft.
Get out of here.
I mean, you dragged me here.
I mean,
No,
you can go back to Uppies if you want.
I mean, no,
yeah,
please
kick them back to
don't.
Uppies.
Give me Uppies.
Okay, I think I'm actually ready now.
No!
Ah!
You scared me.
Oh my God.
You startled me.
I dragged you. You were in Pumpkin's patch.
And I was just chilling to see if Shade or Pumpkin joined. But alas, they didn't.
No, Pumpkin's streaming her vampire game.
Yeah, I just didn't know how long she'd stream. I'm so close to being able to make bullets. I can taste it.
Bullets?
Bullets.
You need... You are not close to making bullets. That is far away.
I've been working like my butt off for the past 3 hours to get there. I'm getting there.
I've been in here for 10 hours and I still don't have steel.
I cheated.
I mean, you could find bullets if you go to crates.
is
Okay, right. There might be a really big lag spike because we're going through the portal.
Alright, I'll wait.
Alright, turning off the computer.
Yep, crashing.
Oh my god.
I got the power. I'm plugging it.
Bro. Oh, what the fuck was I doing? What I need this shit for?
What is it? Load? There's
Bro,
nothing to load.
I just got in.
Oh my.
You literally.
We are screwed.
We're so fucked.
Oh,
Are you in there? Are you in there?
I am.
I'm not in there yet. Do I need to step out and back in again?
What the fuck? What
Yeah.
did I have to make? I fucking forgot. Oh! This.
Yeah, step out and back in.
Oh, I don't have a soul lantern equipped.
Oh, is that what those were for?
Yeah.
Go back to base. There's.
Okay, yeah, there's.
You claimed it.
Yeah, I should have one.
I see. I had mine equipped because it's a soulbound one.
Yeah. Didn't we just listen to this song, chat? I feel like we just listened to it.
Something I did this for. What was it?
The cold coke.
I don't like the nether.
Is this scary?
I don't know how we're getting down. And if we go down, I don't know how we're getting back.
You climb?
We drop our boat and then oh. Well, you can get back easy.
Well, no, we're not.
Well, why don't we make
suppose
fire? Why don't we make fireworks so we can use our elytras? Whoa. Whoa.
You are not wrong, actually. Hold on. You're actually not wrong. We can do that.
Make fireworks?
Yeah, because that's just gunpowder and paper.
We have bamboo. I think bamboo makes... No, it's sugar cane. Sugar cane.
Fucking magazine.
We were indeed not prepared for the nether, chat.
What did I need it for? Something. I do not remember. Oh, okay. On to bed.
I hope you're very good at flying.
Pretty good at flying.
I hope so.
We have 5 elytras, guys. Do you want one?
No,
If you're giving them out.
We can share.
Oh, these people on the roofs are being annoying as fuck.
For real.
How do I fly again?
You doubled. Oh no. You gotta double jump with the elytra and then use a firework. And it goes where you're looking. Don't spam them.
I just need to get the hang of it first.
Well, I would get the hang of it out here, not in there.
Fly into the fire, idiot. Absolute goontard.
Goon what?
We can't be here. We can't be here. I'm dead.
Really? We're not
We
prepared?
can't be here yet. No.
Why?
Oh.
Where are you?
Well, those are blazes, and there's lava in the dome as well.
You don't have any armor on.
So how are we supposed to get... Yeah, I took it off because I was burning. So it didn't damage it.
You don't have a chest plate on. Oh, because you're
Elytra.
Elytra.
Oh, over there.
That's why I needed it. Okay.
This we can do.
Why did it stop working?
You have to double jump to make sure you're... Spam fly. Spam jump.
I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. How am I gonna get myself
way.
back?
See, you didn't practice. I told you to practice out there.
I did practice.
So bad,
I did.
Yeah,
I did
but
practice.
you're not getting your stuff. It's under lava now.
No, it's not. You're lying.
Your stuff's under lava.
Oh. I quit. I quit.
I knew
Fair
it. You
enough.
don't. You never use elytras. I know you did. You couldn't. You didn't
I
have
do
it.
use
I knew it.
Elytras. I've used them before and I was fine.
But you didn't.
It glitched on me. It stopped.
It didn't glitch. You just
Yes,
didn't
it
do the jump.
did. I did jump. I was literally flying and then I wasn't flying. My stuff is gone forever. Everything.
It's not gone forever. It's just it's in a grave, but it's under lava. So we're gonna have to spend the next 30 minutes
protection.
stairwaying down to it.
I never thought I would miss the old Nether.
The clay.
Oh my god, that is so many blazes. And I hear so many ghasts. There's no way. They really screwed us by not including a lot of weapon mods in this pack. We need fire. Oh, I guess this doesn't give fire immunity? Oh, they don't. I don't have the right food.
Now I need
Bro, garbage ass team.
Come on,
I didn't even hold one objective.
Where the fuck is my fucking stand? There it is.
It's alright, chat. It's alright, chat. We got this. We got this. It's fine.
Gotta lock in.
What if you die again? Is the grave gone?
No, it
Yeah,
just
it's
creates
like,
another grave.
oh, it's not gonna be like Dark Souls rules.
There is a Dark
Yeah.
Souls mod pack.
I've seen it. I've been tempted to try it out.
If I die again, then I'm making Shizzle be me, and I'm gonna make him get my stuff.
Okay. So.
Oh, I want to so bad. Chat, should I?
No! You? I did not even know you were there. I did not even know you were there.
Did you only really bring one stack of cobble?
Yikes.
I want
Not
my
enough.
boat. I should have just used the boat. I should have just used cobble, put down my boat, and I should have rowed safely around. What you doing, Gigi? There's no food in there.
Get this out of here.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. It's not under lava.
Is it not? Oh, you're lucky then. It puts it on top of the water, I guess.
It puts it on top of the lava. So, will my stuff burn if I probably should put cobblestone
No, because it goes
underneath.
directly into your inventory.
Okay, it doesn't drop first and then... Find my dingus.
Because you didn't practice, like I told you to.
I did practice.
But you didn't. Come here. Come up here.
Come up.
Come up here. I'm pushing you down. Ow.
I was getting it. I could be independent.
Could you?
Yeah, I can. Just so you fell.
Yes, I did. We can both do it.
I'm out. Can I have some?
Are you? Are you out of cobblestone?
I am.
You're out of
Can
cobblestone?
I please have some?
Where's your grave?
It's directly below us.
Look, go, yeah, you see, just look over your grave there.
Yeah. No.
Now,
don't push me.
Use your skills. No, look down at your grave. Look down at it. Land on it. You didn't land on it.
Honey!
You almost landed on it. You were close.
Maybe if I make a platform of graves, I'll be okay.
You have to have items in your inventory and that key doesn't count.
Can't I just use water?
No, you can't use water in the nether.
Man, this is a Wendy's.
Hi, King. How are you? I left my...
Bro, this thing is just taking me on a loop. I don't understand this cane. Fucking thing.
I was almost there and he pushed me. You saw it, chat. You saw it live here today. Fuck this boat! Fuck this boat! Okay. But I only have one key.
You have it on you.
If I have one key, then how do I open 2 graves?
Well, you didn't have anything in the other grave. There is no other grave.
Oh, look at him. He made me a little cobblestone platform. Thanks.
Don't die now in the lava because you mess your boat up. So we gotta go. There's a bastion over there, fortress over there. Something over there. Oh, I think that's the boss thing. So much lava here.
Can I go over here?
You can go wherever you want, but everywhere is dangerous. Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as you don't move when you get off your boat, you are on top of it.
Okay.
Where did my iron go?
What are those? Piglin spawner. Crimson fungus. Fungus among us.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Chisel
All right.
withered away.
He withered
ridiculous.
away.
Withered away.
I don't know what.
We need a Minecraft version of some. What is that song?
Take on me it.
Yeah, take on me.
Mining away. I don't know what I'm to mine. I'll mine it anyway. I can't take credit for that.
Gonna make it into the nether, withering. Oh wait. What the heck? That did not. Okay, that's lava, and that's lava.
My teleport staff got me killed.
Please.
Very careful, that spawns blazes in there.
Does it?
Yeah, why not? Even though he's
Where
already
did you
damaged.
die?
Well,
Do you need a ride to your grave? I can give you a ride.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I got back.
Oh no!
Oh yeah.
That's a bad.
Ooh, red glass.
I was just scoping out the island.
I just want this. worse than normal blazes?
So I can turn this.
Watch me, bastard. Cut me on with my pants down.
I don't like it here. What did we come here for? What do we need?
Blaze rods.
There's a lot of blaze in this one area.
Yeah, I'm in a spot too.
I can't. Hi, Gigi, baby. Hi, baby.
Where's my wallet?
Okay, where are you? Are you flying around? Are you in this fortress?
Yeah. You can go that to the right side, and there's a pathway up there.
It's ordered.
Why can't I attack? There we go.
Whew, it's getting hot in here. I'm gonna turn off the other computer.
Damn.
Okay.
You died.
Yeah, I got withered and there was a bunch of blazes that were attacking.
Damn. Mashi's not having a good time.
Damn.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I know it's me.
Yeah, you gotta remember to eat your food, because that gives you basically infinite healing. And we need to get the food that gives us fire resistance.
Well, that was the
Are you in the game,
Tobiko
Mace?
and stuff.
No.
Oh, you haven't been in the game this whole time?
No, since the game ended, it's just ended and that's it.
Oh. Okay. Okay, my bad. I forgot to queue.
Bro.
I thought you were in it, so I joined, because it said you were in. And then it put me into, like, just a
Alright, the gas
only match.
fucking cheat in this one. You can't hit their fireballs back.
Yeah.
But I thought you did that
Feels weird.
earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. Now I can't. Like, none of them are hitting back.
So, do you mind going to the beginning of the thing?
The beginning of the thing.
Beginning of the where you spawn, not where you spawned, but where you got into the.
I don't even know where I am right now. I can try.
The what?
The fortress. The fortress. The fortress.
I am not going in there.
What was it? What? What?
Ah! Okay, the gas can attack through the lava.
Dude, Ice, you're so far.
I'm on A.
Yeah.
I went around.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
And I got fucked up by a fucking Victor.
Oh, a vector?
Yeah, someone has a vector.
I haven't seen a
Oh
vector.
yeah, vector.
Me neither. This is the first time I see someone shoot me with a vector. It's always the SGX or the stupid L1110.
I'm dead.
Or the
I'm actually dead.
SCW10 or the.
Okay.
Oh,
That was dumb.
95.
Alright, I'm at the start.
He's gonna be to your left if you go into the door, if you're coming from me. Oh, he's coming out. Rip.
I'm gonna arrest you. No, I couldn't. I couldn't.
I feel like we should leave now because I think we're good.
You got blaze rods?
Yeah, I got 12 of them. I don't know what else. I guess we should look at our quests. What do we have to do in here?
We have to...
Oh my gosh. The quest for coming here? You're dropping.
Oops, sorry.
Why can't I pick those up? Oh, are they your quest rewards?
Yeah.
Do not use
the chaos box.
Do not.
Does that mean we
Vector. Bruh. He just went at me.
The thing's so fast.
I was so low already. He just went at me.
It's so quick.
Oh, potion of fire resistance. Hey, that would have been nice to know.
Didn't we need something for to like get chickens and stuff?
That's not in here.
Me back. City had a blackout again. Oh, there's a wither. There's a wither coming. Maybe I should try that, so I don't have to go close up and attack.
Thing kind of sucks though. They're slow. They do nothing. But it is a nice ranged attack.
There's no barrels in here that we can loot?
I've already looted them. This place has been looted. The only thing is that... That scared the hell out of me.
Yeah.
There's so many. Oh my god. Hello?
Where are they coming from?
They just spawned there.
Okay, are you ready to leave?
I'm trying to look at my crossbow. No, I need to find archwood saplings and then I can leave.
Archwood
Of course,
saplings.
there's a random claymore there.
Well, those have to be like...
Oh. We got that. We got that. So, get netherrack. So we need boss salt, soul soil, blue ice, and a simple block breaker? Wait, when lava flows above soul soil while touching blue ice, it creates boss salt. Oh, okay. And we could do stuff with crushed boss salt. Okay, I have blue ice. We need soul soil from somewhere then. And I'm assuming we find it. Yeah, there's nether barrels we can break. Okay. Quartz? Quartz chunk. Crushed nether. We need netherrack. How do we get netherrack? That's the big thing we need here.
Netherrack? There's netherrack islands. Is that just like the basic
Oh, we need the
netherrack?
boss salt. We need the boss salt.
Ouch.
Oh, thank God that didn't hit him. That's a zombie pigman.
I didn't get my boat.
So you just double jump and then use firework. Maybe
I'm gonna fucking end it.
What?
I'm gonna fucking. Use the fireworks are not going off. I double jump. I press the firework and it doesn't work. I don't know what. Am I not looking up enough
You have to
or
like
something?
spam it. You have to spam it until
You
it
said
activates.
don't spam it.
Well, when you're in the air.
Oh my freaking gosh! I wasn't even in the air.
No way he didn't die.
Gee willikers.
Grab it in elytra. Then you can get down easier.
Oh, there's the Victor dude. I was wondering where he was. How did he not die?
What the heck? What the hell?
What the helly?
Baby, I
What
just
the
got a
heliante?
really good. I got redstone clusters and glyph of flare and an ender tank and a magma cream.
Glyph of flare? Ooh.
Magma cream? Ooh.
Is this not actually there?
No, not yet. You have to wait for it to land.
But it's not gonna land because this one's in the way.
Oh, what the heck?
What the heck?
What do heck?
What the heck? I didn't even check if I had unlocked it.
You could try destroying the whole bottom part.
No, it's fine. I'm going in the nether. First, I'm gonna.
I think it's suppressor. Yes.
Soul Forge.
One of the other structures here.
Oh my god.
Dark steel ingot? Well, we have steel.
Wow.
Mob masher upgrade sharpness. Oh, mob grinding. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Solar panel.
We haven't even started that yet. Oh, did the other one land?
No. That's what I was putting in the chest from the other one.
Oh.
Why am I not regenerating health?
Ow, I just got sniped. Jesus.
Because of your food?
No, he's hiding underneath the truck. Why did everybody hide underneath?
What, Gigi? What is it? Why are you just sitting there staring at me after you just ate? What? What?
I should probably put that down.
You have no thought in your brain right now. What? You have no thoughts in your brain, don't you? Yeah.
Wow, shotgun.
Nope. This music is crazy, though. Lost spawned.
Seriously?
I'm dead.
Of course.
Okay, how do I slow down?
Land in. Just land. You'll be fine. As long as you don't land head first into a wall.
Just do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll.
Do a
I'm
wide
fine.
turn. You gotta do it.
I'm fine.
You're not fine. Oh
I'm fine.
You gotta do a big U-turn and then look straight up.
Wide.
And just go down.
You're gonna burn to death. Get in here. Eat this.
I already ate. I'm fine. I'm regenerating
You're-
health.
Okay. I gave you a roll. Or did it? Never mind. Here, behind you. Eat one of the rolls so you get the saturation buff.
You can't eat it. Ball.
You terrify me.
I got more fireworks. Would you
cannot.
like more fireworks?
No, I am leaving. These
Why
don't
you-
stack with mine because yours are 2-second duration. I gave you the ones that last longer.
Oh.
I'll take those 1-second ones though. Or did you make a
These?
whole stack of them?
I didn't make a whole stack.
Yes.
The 32?
Yeah. Yeah. Because mine are 1-second ones.
What if we went to get a burger?
Oh, Vector.
Huh?
We're getting all
What if we
sweaty
went to
now.
go get a burger?
Vector.
Ah, I walked into that one.
Do you know what time it is?
Yeah, it's 11:44.
Where are we gonna get a burger?
Where?
Whatever.
Burger King, McDonald's.
McDonald's.
Those aren't burgers.
Yeah.
Clovers.
You know that
Those
that
are-
movie, Oversized. It was like a whole scam, and McDonald's every day is actually not that bad for you.
Supersize Me.
Yeah.
Turn your magnet off.
So, where are we going, Mashi?
We're going to Whataburger.
We don't have a
I
Whataburger.
love a Whataburger.
Whataburger.
I used to think it was Waterburger
question.
when I was little.
Waterburger.
Question is, where's our portal at?
Our portal is where I died. So it's.
And what you need to do is you need to come back here, start flying, and activate your flying so you can get out of here safely. So it's to the right, okay. So come back, you're being attacked. Come back here.
Yeah.
And activate your flying from here, and it's like a landing strip. You can't fail it. And then you look up, don't look into the lava.
Shield.
She's gonna fail it.
No.
Trust.
Look up though.
Why did I fall? I'm good. I'm leaving. I'm fucking leaving. I cannot. Can I eat in the sky?
It goes to where you look. Yes, you can. You get out of here. I'm gonna go look for my trees.
I wanted to help.
Damn.
Okay. I'm gonna go play a cozy game.
This is cozy.
No, when you're in the nether and it's a lake of lava and there's everything's trying to kill you. An ocean of lava.
True.
Okay, I'm out of the nether. My heart rate will go down.
I would say you could look at my crack house, but I'm kind of ashamed. No! It's really bad. This is just a temporary thing.
No, it's great.
Let my big ass furnace.
Why aren't you? First question. Why haven't you expanded your fucking floor?
First off, this is not where I'm gonna live. This is just getting materials that I need.
And what is that? Oh, is that a Mushroom Island? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna move to. I'm letting this fill up with cobblestone, and then I'm gonna start building shit.
These teammates are ass, bro.
Okay, where am I in the...
I'm taking F and they'll all just fucking
I only
stand on
have
top of me.
6,000
Couldn't they just
cobblestone. That's not
fucking
gonna be
pick another
enough.
corner to fucking hide? So it doesn't reveal where all the
Okay,
enemies
so
were
we're
at?
basically
They'll just fucking die in the
all the way. We're basically all the way west of you. We're not that far away. Like super
West or
west.
south?
Super west of you.
Super west. Okay, so towards this island.
Yeah.
Okay. Once I get my base settled, I'll come visit you guys.
Yeah.
This is very much a crack house.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye,
Never
have
mind, I'm not
fun.
leaving.
You tried.
I tried, okay. Okay, one more time.
I believe in you.
No! Why?
Start from up here. Or, yeah.
Bye.
There you go, bye! There she goes. Back to my crack house activity.
Who did I kill then?
Gotta get all the copper wire out of the sand.
I'll just go back to looting the barrels and
Yeah, I haven't done a lot of looting in my area, so if you want to, you can. I don't care.
Or I could spawn a chaos box on you.
Don't do that. I don't even know what that does, but please don't.
It would be really funny.
It'd be very mean.
I know.
I'm assuming I'd lose everything.
We might. No, we didn't. He just sank to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, okay.
Vector, bro. Why does everybody have a vector now?
We're high level now.
Yeah. Vector.
Playing with the big boys.
Playing with the big dogs.
Big dogs.
How's everyone's game running? I'm loading a lot of chunks right now.
It's going fine. Well, there's
It's
a little
fine.
lag.
There's no massive structures in this one to load.
Just a lot of water.
Add the welder. Alright, that's 3 stacks. Do I have enough?
Oh my god, I just ran into a fucking tree.
Not the tree. What did the tree do to you?
I didn't see it. It didn't load for me.
Just open your eyes.
Yeah.
War pigs. The war on the pigs has begun.
You got onyx. I need that.
Like the Pokemon?
No, like the gemstone onyx.
Like the Pokemon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Look. Ooh, airdrop. That's south, so if you come up from this way, I'll keep an eye out. Oh, I see it. I'm gonna get a bunch of more technology shit. I guarantee it.
Yeah, so you're like really not that far away. You're Zella. There you go.
Of course, I ran out of ammo. Why is no one here?
Gold cluster. Ooh, extraction speed.
Okay, what do I want to build even? I don't know. I don't know what I want to build.
What are these glyphs used for?
Ars Nouveau. You just right click them and you learn them.
You just right click them to learn them.
Oh, okay.
It's spells.
Oh, okay. Because I have a bunch of them. I just didn't know what they were for.
What am I listening
all these
to?
chests.
Okay, well, what can I do? What can I can do more Farmer's Delight.
I was not dead.
Stuff's not in this chest. It's in this chest.
I could go for some burgers.
Yeah,
Burger.
right? I would love a burger. Maybe I'll settle for a bratwurst.
A what?
A bratwurst? A brat?
What is that?
A sausage?
Mm.
Sausage dog?
Oh.
The
like
dog
a.
sausage.
Like a better hot dog?
A better
like
hot
what?
dog. Yeah.
Like a better hot dog, a bratwurst.
A what?
I'm gonna kill you in Minecraft.
Only thing is that that's not a burger.
Yeah, it's not a burger. It's not a burger.
Yeah. So.
so it isn't delicious.
Oh no.
No, so yeah.
What?
Where are my laser nodes? I know I have like 2 more of them, but I put them. Oh, there they are.
Big man for that.
Dude, I want some Culvers.
Ooh, we have a Culver's.
That burger was ass.
A burger is like okay, but the chicken is
The chicken's
actually
really good. It's so
Oh my
juicy. It
god.
like literally
That shit opened my eyes. I'm
it
like,
literally squirted in my mouth.
oh, okay. I don't know about that, but yeah.
What the fuck?
All right. I wouldn't describe it as that juicy, but okay.
It did though. It burned my mouth and it was like sore for like a week.
Oh Jesus. Damn, was it that good? Shit.
It squirted in her mouth. You heard
It
her.
squirted in my mouth.
yeah, I
It
guess.
burned my mouth. Yeah, it was hot.
That's a crazy description right there. Yeah. I miss the chicken.
I want
It's so good. Like
Cane's.
mm,
No?
it's better than Cane's.
Really?
Way better.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, Culver's is good, but I love cane sauce.
The thing is that the chicken and the cane for Cane's, you need the sauce to make it good.
Yeah.
The Culver's chicken can go
Yeah.
by itself, and it's good.
Mm.
It doesn't need that, and that's what makes it better. Because you don't want, honestly, if you put the Culver's chicken in the cane sauce, I think it would be heavenly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, imagine that combo.
Yum.
Because like you're putting mid chicken on a good sauce. What if you put like a good chicken on
Okay,
good
whatever. I'm done.
You're done?
Why are magma slimes doing 5 hearts of
Honestly.
damage?
I can turn off the PC now?
Bro.
No, I don't think Zilla or Shade
Nice.
are done.
It's hot, man.
I mean, it's not.
I got 2 PCs running in my room.
It's not winter yet.
It's gonna be called Wednesday. I can play all you want Wednesday, but damn, it's hot today.
It's so hot right now. Freaking dying.
I need to move it. I need to move it to the other room, my brother's room, the spare room at this point.
Do you have an Ethernet
Oh, you
over there?
haven't moved it.
No, I'm gonna have to run one.
Ah, you might want to have to run a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no Ethernet in this house. This house was built in 19 something.
1940s or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm. No Ethernet jacks anywhere.
Not even phone lines. That's crazy. No coax
It
cable.
has one phone line. One phone line, one coax cable.
Oh.
Well, no,
Dang.
not even a coax
see.
cable, because we had to run that through the wall.
That's wild. I mean, it's an old house, so it's expected. But there's some new houses, like around Katy area, that like have nothing. It's so fucking insane.
Chisel.
Vector.
That dude
God
got
damn
mad.
it,
He's
bro.
like, wait for a revive.
Well, the medic risks his life, man.
Yeah, the medic's gonna risk his life to freaking rescue. At least wait.
Vector, bro. I'm getting dominated by the fucking Vector.
It's crazy.
Do I have onion? I don't have onion.
That's a tank. Okay, there's someone behind.
Huh? Wow. Thanks, game. Thanks for reloading my gun twice when I already reloaded it once.
What happens if I redeem the VIP
You get VIP
reward?
instead of don't redeem it because you're already a mod.
VIP reward.
Yeah, so like.
You can't be mod and VIP.
What if I redeem it?
Then I give you VIP and you won't be a mod anymore.
Oh, so that's
and
not a
you
reward.
lose
That's
so
a
many
fucking punishment.
points.
It's a demotion.
It's a promotion for people who have been in the chat for a long time and aren't mods. But
Me?
you already have everything that VIP has.
Me with like 36 months of subscription and still a regular person.
Damn, I get demoted to viewer. Holy. So like, what's the reward for a dedicated viewer? That's also a mod.
What's the reward for a dedicated subscriber?
What? Dedicated subscriber? That's a lot of
A dedicated
questions.
subscriber. I mean.
Hey man, just because those Twitch primes are free, I mean, but I still gotta constantly redeem them each other 6 months or so.
Okay, let's start with the rewards. Let's start with the rewards.
The reward for being a mod or a
for like having a really high amount of points, like channel points.
Yeah,
what
they
can
get
I redeem?
VIP.
Yeah, but like.
And that lets you spam chat. That lets you.
But I'm a
post
mod, so like.
links.
It doesn't help me.
No. So don't redeem it.
Can we?
Okay,
can we get something else? That's not...
Lizard. So what would you like?
I
didn't get that far.
Shizzle in the bunny suit.
But I'll think about it.
Shizzle's raging downstairs. He's very angry.
Well, I'm very hot.
Okay, I'm
because he
sorry.
died?
Yeah, he died a lot.
Oh. I mean, it's just Minecraft. Like, what's there to be mad about?
Minecraft.
I guess. I don't understand. I don't get it.
Okay, well, this has been fun. Oh, I got a sushi roller. A second one. I'm probably gonna call it here.
Yeah, you may want to check up on Chisel.
Yeah, I'm gonna check up on Shizzle. Gonna end my stream.
Yeah.
We'll find someone to raid out to. I'm gonna do an outro. Shit. Okay. What? What? Oh. Oh, okay. 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 Okay, well, that's enough of that. I deafened. Okay. Let's find someone to raid. A lot of people have been playing Escape the Backrooms, probably because it's that time of the year, right? Like, spooky season. It's Constellera. I could rate Constellera. They're very cute. They have a sweet voice. They do a lot of art. Lizard. Lizard. God, hi. Still Lyra. They drew and rigged their entire model. It's adorable. Check it out. I'll see you tomorrow for Dinkum with Rin. Probably around 3. I'm not allowed to end. Well, I am ending. I'm sorry, God. What was I saying? We'll probably start Dinkum around like 3 CDT. Because Ren has stuff to do. Okay. I'll miss you. Bye-bye.